Madam Chair, I've got 7 o'clock. I'd like
Do
to
it.
go ahead and do roll call.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shannon Rutherford, the town planner. This is our Town Plan and Zoning Commission meeting. I will do a roll call of the commission members present. Patrick Carrier,
Here.
Mike Robolas.
Here.
Scott Halstead,
Here.
Matt Hutbagner,
Here.
Liz Sanford,
Here.
Inez St. James,
Here.
Bobby Canto,
Here.
Matthew Bandel.
Here.
And I will note for the record that alternate Commissioner James Ratcliffe is absent this evening.
Thank you, Shannon.
Sure, it's all yours.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Inez James. Welcome to Town of Farmington Plan and Zoning meeting. Today is Monday, July 17th. We have a few things to get through first. Scott is going to read the legal notice. We're going to cover some new business items. These are informal presentations. And during the new business portion, we do not accept public comment. The public hearing portion is when you get a chance to participate, ask questions, speak in support or opposition of the applications, and the applicant has a chance to respond. So let's get going. Scott, if you can read the legal notice, please.
Notice is hereby given that the Town Plan and Zoning Commission will hold a hybrid in-person and online public hearing on Monday, July 17, 2023 at 7:00 p.m. in the Town Hall Council Chambers on the following applications. Farmington Land Trust application for special permit and site plan approval to create crushed stone parking area and right-of-way of scenic roadway and make trail improvements on lot 9528 Mountain Spring Road, R80 zone. Town of Farmington application for special permit for use of turf field lights for high school sports and recreation department fall season at 10 Monteith Drive, R40 zone. Farmington Plan and Zoning Commission application for text amendment to the zoning regulations, Article 2, Section 14.c.5, lot coverage in the CR/C1 zones. Interested parties are encouraged to participate in this hybrid public hearing. Participation in person is at 1 Monteith Drive, Town Hall, Town Council Chambers, or online participation is via the link to the meeting on the Town of Farmington's website at the web address on your screen. A copy of this proposal is online at the address on the screen or by calling the planning department at Farmington Town Hall at 860-675-2325. Dated at Farmington, Connecticut, this 29th day of June, 2023. Town Plan and Zoning Commission, Inez St. James, Chair.
Thank you, Scott. I also would like to welcome our new alternate, Bobby Canto. Welcome.
Thank you.
We're very, very excited to have you.
Appreciate it.
All right, and let's start with new business. The first item in front of us is an application from Jessica Shafran. It's for property address at 25 Wolf Pit Road, which is our East Farm School. And it's a request for a Gaga pit. And who do we have?
We have the Eagle Scout with us this evening.
Excellent. So come to the podium, give us your name and address, and tell us why you're here.
Hello, I'm Davion Bordelais and I live at 129 Bridgewater Drive in Avon, Connecticut. I'm here to get approval for my Eagle Scout project at East Farm School to build a Gaga pit. We plan to make this Gaga pit so the kids at East Farms will have a chance to enjoy more activities at recess and stuff.
Okay, and
Do you want to go ahead and tell them, Debian, about the email that you received from Mr. Kilpatrick and the information that you sent to him this weekend?
Oh yeah. So I received an email from Mr. Kilpatrick about some concerns about the safety of it and how the Gaga pit will be built. So all the walls on it will have rubber padding to ensure no one gets hurt. It will have an ADA accessible doorway in that picture, and the floors will be made with rubber and will have holes in it. So if people fall, they won't get injured. And yeah.
okay, looks good. And we're looking at a picture of what it's going to look like.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, we're good, Shannon. All right, thank you. We're gonna go, see if commissioners have questions, okay? So
Okay.
just don't leave yet. Thank you. All right. Mike, do you have a question?
No questions. Good job.
Patrick?
Yeah, so what is that? Is it a kit that you buy? I'm just curiosity. What they're made of.
So it's gonna be made out of wooden walls, which we will buy from a local supply yard. And the rubber materials in the ADA door will be purchased from as a kit from a company.
Cool, yeah, looks great.
Mm.
No more further questions.
Thank you. How about you, Scott?
No, it looks great. I don't have any questions. Nice job.
Liz?
No, it looks great. I work at Noah Wallace School. We have a Gaga pit and it is very popular. This is a step up from ours though, so school competition going there. But no, great job and good luck with the project.
Thanks.
All right, Matt
Sure. No questions. Good job. Thank you.
and Matthew.
Looks fun. Good job. No
Yeah.
questions.
Thank you. And Bobby?
Looks great. Just what is a Gaga pit?
So basically, it's a pit where kids can play a game with a rubber ball, and the objective is to, like, hit the ball with your hands and avoid getting hit in your legs. And yeah,
Interesting. Okay, well, good luck.
thanks.
They didn't have those around, right?
No,
We went to
no,
school, right? Thank you. I do not have any questions. I think what you're doing is a good thing. And you're promoting kids being active, which is great. All right, commissioners, sounds like we are all set with questions. Is it time to make a vote? So we need a motion and a second, please. Don't be shy.
Liz, you take this one or me?
Okay, I'll take this one. Okay, I'd like clear my throat. To make a motion to approve the site plan provided by Jessica, I'm gonna try my best, sorry. Zafran, 25 Wolf Pit Road, a site plan approval for an Eagle Scout project to construct a Gaga pit at East Farms Elementary School.
Okay, second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Good luck with your project.
Yes. All right. The next item, and then you're ready for us. Thank you. The next item is an application from Arnco Sign Company for property. It's a sign application for Tractor Supply, which is located at 361 South Swamp Road. And who do we have?
I have Mark Cohn on the phone.
Hello, Mark.
Okay, I was muted, sorry. My name is Mark Cohen. I'm with Arnco Sign Company, 1133 South Broad Street in Wallingford. And what we're doing is Tractor Supply, which has been pre-existing for a few years now, I guess, has added on a greenhouse, garden center, drive-through pickup addition to their building, which you see on the screen in front of you. It's 76 feet long, and it's being attached to the existing building, which is 123 feet. The sign for the garden center is shown in the upper top of the page that's in view now. And unfortunately, it's not, it's a 43, it's just under 44 square feet. Excuse me. It's a non-illuminated sign, which is going to be washed by external lights, two of them, which you can see up top, that shine down on the sign itself. And it goes into the area where the cars enter.
Okay.
And
Are
then,
you all set up?
oh, I lost my, okay, there's the, that's the gable frame of the area where it's going, showing how it's placed and it's centered into that triangular area. The sign follows suit with the same shape, basically. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If I know she's scrolling down, those are the, well, the page that right there. That page is the original approved sign from 2010. And as is that one for the one that's out by the roadway.
Okay. All right, Mark, thank you. I will turn it over to commissioners for questions. All right, Mike, question.
Just looking at the specifications on the floodlights, those are dimmable, correct?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
The floodlights for the sign, are those dimmable?
I do
If-
not know.
Okay. Hmm. Okay, well, let's just go through questions.
I assume a dimmer could be added to it if it was a condition.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, anything else?
No, I'm good.
You're good. Okay, thank you. Patrick?
Oh, yeah, my question's along the same lines. So the floodlights, is that consistent with the other sign? That's what it looks like it is, right? On the other sign, that's.
think it was-
existing.
Yeah, it's the same specification that the other sign has. The other sign has obviously a couple more because it's larger
So the same.
and it's
okay.
mounted on the building.
Okay, all right, so the same, oh, yeah, so there's more because the sign's bigger, but it's the same type of light and everything. Just
Same general type.
Yeah, they seem to be more gooseneck on the existing Tractor Supply as opposed to a floodlight, so we can make the condition that it's dimmable. That should be fine.
Yeah, okay. No more questions, thank you.
Thank you. Scott?
No questions from me. Thank you.
All right, Liz?
No, my questions were answered. Thank you.
Sure. Matt?
Okay.
Oh, so, thank you.
Matthew?
All set, thanks.
And Bobby?
All right, so forgive me because I'm new here.
It's all good.
So I don't know if this has gone through you yet or not. I'm familiar with the Tractor Supply. That's where the propane filling station is.
Mhm.
So you're gonna have cars going through there. Is there protection
They're,
for the propane? Have they
so
already
they're
addressed that?
moving, so it's being so separate. Prior to tonight, there was a site plan application for the garden center.
Okay,
And it's going to be in that area, but it's being moved back.
okay,
Kind of to that back left corner. It'll be adjacent to the building, but towards the rear rather than up front. where it
rather
is
than
now.
up front. Okay, then I have no questions. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I do not have any new questions. I was just curious, is this it for this property as far as signage? I know we've had several applications over the years. You think are we expecting any more? Or-
So there'll be internal directional signs
Okay,
for customers because there's pickup, like a curbside pickup for online orders and just the directional traffic through that garden center area for the pickup. And there is room for a tenant space in the front left corner of the building.
mhm.
So there is still room for that tenant for building signage if they ever fill it at any
Okay.
point.
And the sign size meets the regulations, Shannon?
Correct. So the garden center frontage, the portion that's the garden center itself is 44 feet wide. The drive-through area, we really didn't count as space, so it's meeting the
Okay.
one for one.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right, commissioners, we're good with questions? Okay, and we have that dimmable condition, right? We need a motion and a second, please.
I'll go every other. Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion to approve the sign application by Arnco Sign Company for a sign located at 361 Scott Swamp Road for the Tractor Supply Garden Center, with the condition that the sign have a dimmer switch installed at the same time as the sign being installed.
Okay, and second,
I second.
all in favor?
Uh,
Opposed? I think it's unanimous. All right, so Mark, you are all set. You'll be hearing from town staff.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye. All right, moving right along. The next item is an application from Daily Grind. It's also a sign application. And who do we have? I know we talked, if you, Evan, step up to the podium and give us your name and address.
My name is Evan Parsons, owner of the Daily Grind. Address for the Daily Grind or for my home?
You can do address for the business.
Okay, it's 17 Depot Place, Unionville.
Okay. All right, and
So
you're
just
here for,
Run through, just explain to the commission so everyone can see up on the screen. So just explain what you're looking to do.
Yep, so we'll be installing 3 signs, one on the road, one above the door, and one to the right. The sign on the right side is 22 square feet, which allowed is 30. The sign on the door is about the same size as the one previous. We're just trying to match the same sizes just to keep things simple. Yeah, same thing with on the street, just replacing.
and you,
That's out of Fast Signs out of Newington.
okay. I'll just turn it over, all right, for questions. Mike, questions?
No lighting on the building signs?
No.
No questions.
All right, Patrick?
No questions.
All right, Scott?
No questions.
Liz?
No questions.
Matt?
No questions.
Matthew?
No questions.
And Bobby?
Nothing.
All right, when are you opening?
We're projecting for September.
Awesome. Excellent.
It was supposed to be March.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess it takes time.
You're perfecting your coffee, right?
Yes, it's gonna be perfect.
Awesome. Okay, I do not have any questions regarding the signage. All right, I need a motion and a second, please.
Okay, I'd like to accept the sign application by Daily Grind at 17 Depot Place for the signs as presented.
All right, and second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I think it's unanimous. You are all set. Thanks
you.
for coming in. We
Appreciate it.
appreciate it. Can't wait to stop in. All right. Next item is an application from Batterson Park Apartments Owner LLC. It's a site plan modification, something we approved in April 2022. And who do we have?
There's a whole row of gentlemen at the back, so I'm not sure who's taking the lead.
Good evening. My name is Ari Kudavidis. I'm here representing the owner of 80 Batterson Park Road and the developer Scala Partners.
Okay.
I just wanted to take a few minutes. Obviously, you guys have had some history with this project, and I wanted to put a little bit of a face on it, or a new face on it, as we step into, a pretty exciting opportunity from our perspective. Scala Partners is a company I founded back in 2013. We are Connecticut based. My partner and I were born and raised in Connecticut, and we have our offices out of Fairfield. And what we focus on is bringing new modern commercial and residential projects to the market, to several communities throughout greater Connecticut. We've been active in the Hartford County market over the years. We did a smaller boutique building in West Hartford back in 2015. And when this opportunity came to the market, we just felt like it was something we couldn't pass up, such a unique place. And we have a long history of time in Farmington. So we're really excited about, I guess, bringing our own little perspective on the execution of this property. I brought with me today the project team, our site engineer, Tom Daly from SLR, who worked on this design from the start, and Paul Santos from Newman Architects out of New Haven, who's kind of brought his little perspective on the existing approval. So with that, I just wanted to introduce myself and introduce the team, and just say we're really excited about presenting some refinement of the original plan with their take on it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ari. Tom Daly with SLR Consulting. We're pleased to be back before you with this application. Frankly, if you stood away from the plan about 10 feet, you probably wouldn't even see many changes to the plan. But as Scala got involved in the project, we just moved towards construction documents, and those resulted in some more detail, and then taking a look at some things. But in terms of the overall massing of the building, location, parking, orientation, where the storage, really there's no changes. We're really getting into details here. But I believe some of these things are very strong improvements to the site plan. And I'll walk you through the site plan. So just to get you back to orientation here, we have I-84 out here. We have the other two large office buildings here, and then we have Bastion Park Road on our right, and then Camp Curran is at the top of the map on this. So let's start off with our first point is right here. Scala Partners came to us initially and said, we'd like to have underground parking. We believe that's amenity that our residents are really going to like. So not under the entire building, but just under this wing, we are proposing 40 underground parking spaces. And to do that is we had to swing the road, just the driveway out just slightly to get people in there, because this used to shoot through. We actually went to the Wetlands Commission, that pushed the grading out slightly here. We went to the Wetlands Commission, I think last Wednesday, Shannon, I think.
Correct.
And once Bruce Sear decided that was, well, not a major thing, he thought it was appropriate to go back to the commission and show them and everything. They raised no concerns and we're all set there. So that's amenity there, 40 parking spaces in there, that covered parking that would be in there. The other major development, and really is just a development of the design. When we came before you, we didn't have an understanding that the developer had not put the spin on the pool area. What you'll see in your package, it has exploded in detail. The investment, the different materials, the canopies, the cabanas. So what you see on the plan is just miles apart from the evolution of the detail that we came to. If you look back, there was a little bubble and it kind of showed a pool and some decking. So that's really not a change there. It's just an evolution of design and picking out materials and really getting into that. In front of the building, we have a slight refinement of the drop-off area. I think it was more of a curve. Now it's more of a square area. We're putting some textured pavement and some pavers out there to create a little more sense of place there. And then at the far end of the building here, we are proposing a dog park. So it'll be a gated in small little area. It's a dog friendly community. And it'll be an opportunity for people to go out there and let their dog kind of run around. And it'll be fenced in, it'll have some benches, it'll have the waste bag areas, and that area will be fully maintained by the property manager. Well, we'll expect actually the dog owners to take care of their own problems, but we'll be out there policing it. One other nuance with the approvals is when we first came before this commission, we were being approved under the state had changed the rules on parking counts. My understanding is subsequent to that, this commission decided to opt out of that process. We were very comfortable with our parking at that time. I think even town staff was at that time. But ultimately, when we came back here, we had to go back and now have a parking count that complies with your current regulations. Now, we gained 40 spaces right out of the big gate here. So really, there's no change there. It was just the fact that you opted out of the state thing. The one thing is where the dog park is, we are requesting the commission to allow deferred parking in that area. Once again, we don't think we ever need it. We don't have any intent to do it, but there is deferred parking to meet your standard where the dog park is along the back parking lot area here. So once again, it's just that nuance of that regulation and how it got applied. We have received comments from town staff. I reviewed those with the applicant and the developer. And I think Bruce Sear said that all could be conditions of approval. And it's my professional opinion that we can address those easily and wrap those into a final set of plans that ultimately will actually find its way into the building to permit set. So, and so a lot of those comments, I think, is result of these changes or the fact that we just got more details on the plans, which resulted in some additional comments. With that, we're going to give you a little presentation. Paul's going to come up here and give you a little presentation of the architectural refinement. And then we'll be all happy to answer your questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Santos. I'm with Newman Architects. And, we actually come here to maybe have a little bit more fun with the project than we normally do. It's not often that that we're presented or given a previously approved project, and all we have to do is really refine it. So that's really what we've done. We've the previous design was fairly well developed, but there was a few areas that we felt needed a little refinement. Specifically, the ends of the buildings, those corners, they just felt a little flat to us. And you can kind of see those over here where the facade is really very flat and coplanar. So what we've done is we've begun to take those corners and break down those masses. And it was really more about giving the project a little bit more of a domestic scale than it previously had. We've introduced a few additional materials, some shingles for some warmth and just to add that domestic character. The floor plans themselves were really in pretty good shape. We found some efficiencies. We're able to improve the not increase the unit count, but add a few studios, reduce a few 1-bedrooms, and we added a few 2- and 3-bedroom units. So the changes are really relatively minor. The existing footprint largely remained the same, with maybe a slight reduction, if my math's correct, about 69 to 80 square feet, if I remember correctly. But it's been fairly simple and a lot of fun. With that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, super. Thank you, Paul. All right, Mike.
No, I don't really see anything significant from the initial approval that we had. The items for consideration we have, the restriction about the lease agreements, dens and shall not be permitted to be converted. I saw in the notes that the ownership didn't have any problem with that, and you answered the question about the engineering comments, so I'm all set.
Okay, thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, how did you accomplish the parking underneath? Did you go, is it going underneath or
Correct.
You didn't change the size of the building, right?
No, it just basically scooted down. We'll have retaining walls on the two sides. So you just scoot down underneath the into the garage space.
Oh, okay, so it's underground and originally that was just gonna be.
Slab on grade.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we were already, this road was already kind of planning. The pool area was actually slightly elevated and this road was already kind of going down. So to turn and go into there really didn't take much. It wasn't a full story we were trying to get down into.
Right. Okay, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Scott.
Yeah, so there's a note here in the agenda review. The dog park is over the stormwater infiltration
Yes.
system. So can you explain the mitigations?
Sure. So first of all, as I said, is all waste products will be picked up. So no, I mean, if you read most of the literature, that's where waste products, if they sit on the ground, it rains and they get into the stream, and that's where the problem is. This will be fully maintained and taken care of. There's also about a 7-foot grade difference between the top of our structure and the top of the galleys. Started to have some initial conversation with the town, and we're really looking at 2 options. Move the galleys completely to a different location. So that would be where I just take the galleys here, and instead of underneath the dog park, we just go underneath that part. The other option is we would put a liner, not at the bottom of the chain, right just on top of the chambers. So water, if I guess it would be urine, it would come down. You'd have 7 feet of soil to go through. And at that point, it would not get into the galleys. It would stay in the soil profile. So, And so either one of those, we think that could totally solve the situation. And I think there is some notes they're looking for the plans to make sure, but we've already spec'd out a whole package here that has the waste, not only the baggies, but a place to put the waste into.
Okay.
So we'll handle it. We haven't had a chance to have a real discussion, but we've already studied it. And it can be here if that's the decision we meet with town staff to be the best decision.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm clear, so that it won't be quote unquote staff, so there won't be anybody that from the facility checking, it'll be. up
Oh,
to
no.
the-
It would be if facility staff.
Oh, okay.
Facility
Okay.
staff,
Thank you
yes,
for
but I have to
clarifying.
check with town staff on on what the
Right,
solution
right.
would be. But yeah, so we'll have it. I mean, the expectation is dog owners should take care of their own problems, but there will be facility staff that will monitor because, you know, it's a luxury apartment and we got to keep it nice. It's a relatively small area. So yes, so it'll be a combination of maintenance and then potentially either a liner or reshifting of it.
Okay. No other questions for me? Thank you.
Liz?
No, I've got lots of answers. The one question I do have, is there any affordable units in the project? Or is it all going to be market rated?
They're all market rate.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
Matt?
Great, thank you. Just one for me on the sort of old apartment mix versus the new. Can you walk me through the reason for adding in the dens on the 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom?
Yeah, hi, Paul Santos. Yeah, the reason for adding the dens is really about just dealing with modern day trends of working from home. Quite often apartments traditionally 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms. These types of buildings normally don't have 3 bedrooms, but there were a few previously. But it's really more about creating an environment where folks can work from home. We're finding that residents tend to stay closer to home now. So there's an amenities package that goes along, a fairly substantial amenities package that's included in the proposal. So it's really just about that. It's just finding a little area to work from home.
No other questions.
Okay, Matthew?
I like the additional architectural details, the additional detail for the pool. I think that definitely fleshes it all out. I'm excited to see this thing finally start coming to fruition. But other than those comments, no questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Bobby?
Same, no
You're
questions.
good, okay. You know, coming in here, I was wondering why the change. I think you guys have done a good job explaining it. We are excited to see this complex in town. What's the timing? I know, it's like I asked.
Up, down, up, down.
Yeah.
As soon as possible, from my perspective. No, I mean, we have garnered a lot of interest in financing this project from local and regional lenders. So we expect that as long as the project team and the development team work hand in hand to refine the plans and make sure that we're where we need to be from a budgetary perspective, which, you know, that's our job, that this project will get financed. And so we're very hopeful that we'll start to see activity this fall.
Great. And you did mention market rate. Will these be like the standard 1-year leases? You're gonna have any short-term rentals?
Typically for this type of product, initially on lease up, we may be a little bit more flexible in our lease terms, meaning, you know, sometimes people are coming for, they may be renovating their home or something like that. So they only need 4 months or 6 months. And as you're in lease up and you have 200 apartments, you know, you can be a little bit more flexible, but I don't anticipate once the building is stabilized and has a core, but I'll say group of renters, it's largely going to be 1-year leases.
Okay.
But again, that's just the general rule. It's not exactly that way, and depends on time of year.
Sure.
When, you know, as you're going through the calendar year, there's busier times to lease and not as busy times. So we are somewhat flexible. And then obviously with existing tenants, we try to be flexible with their needs as they may have new job offers or they're moving from the area or buying a home or something like that.
That's good to hear.
Okay.
Great. Yeah, I have no other questions. I'm happy you would be obviously working with town staff, resolving any issues to their satisfaction. Any other questions before we do a motion? No, we're good? Everyone happy? Okay, so how about a motion and a second, please?
Yeah, should I read those conditions in the motion?
Probably a good
Yeah.
idea, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve the application by Batterson Park Apartments owner LLC for site plan modification located at 80 Batterson Park Road in Farmington with the following conditions. A restriction shall be added to the plans and noted in the lease agreements that all dens shall not be permitted to be converted and used as bedrooms. And also engineering comments dated July 11th, 2023 shall be addressed to the satisfaction of town staff.
Thank you. Second?
So seconded.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're good. So thank you for coming in. Good luck. We can't wait to see this
Thank you.
next sheet. Yep. Thank you. All right. Next couple items, we're accepting couple applications, so we'll just fly through them. First one is an application from Carlos de la Garza. And again, we're accepting an application for a flip for a circus tent. I can't wait to see that one in the parking lot of West Farms Mall. We need an motion and a second, please.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to accept the application by Carlos de la Garza and Flip Circus for a special permit to install a circus tent in the parking lot of West Farms Mall, 500 South Road, in the BR zone, and schedule a public hearing with a recommended hearing date of July 31st, 2023.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're good. Next one is an application from Executive Mountain Estates. We need a motion and a second to accept it.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to accept the application by Executive Mountain Estates for special permit for construction of expanded home in the Ridgeline Protection Area, R40 zone, and schedule a public hearing for a recommended hearing date of July 31st, 2023. This is located at 62 Pinnacle Road.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, application accepted. All right, thank you, commissioners. Now we're moving into the public hearing portion. We have 4 items this evening. This is where the applicant presents their request. We have a chance to ask questions. And then we turn it over to folks here in the room and online. And let's see how it goes. The first one is an application from Town of Farmington for special permit for use of turf field lights for high school sports and recreation department fall season at 10 Monteith Drive, R40 zone. And who is presenting this one?
Our Assistant Town Manager, Kat
Okay.
Krajewski.
Hi there.
Good evening, everyone. Like you said, my name is Kat Krajewski. I'm the Assistant Town Manager for the Town of Farmington. I'm here tonight to present the town's application for a special use permit for the lights at the FHS turf field. As you are aware, the use of the lights has been before TPZ numerous times before related to high school games. However, the turf field is utilized by more programs than just high school athletics. Programs that we sponsor include Mud Hogs football, girls and boys lacrosse, and running programs on the track. Turf field is a community asset, and many of our programs have an interest in playing under the lights, especially during the fall when you're competing against daylight. For games, I do want to stress that we do not intend this to be a frequent occurrence. This would simply allow recreational programs to play a few games under the lights if their schedule allows. It would also enable community events such as the annual Police vs. Fire flag football game to occur without taking games away from the high school teams or requiring additional special permits. With this application, we also want to codify the conditions that currently exist for practices, especially during the fall months where teams, both the high school and recreation, are competing with the daylight. So I do appreciate your consideration and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Mike.
Just for, like the mud hogs, would the PA system be used for that?
I think we were looking to limit the PA system for games only and community events. We understand that the noise from the PA system is a consideration from the neighborhood, and we do want to be a good neighbor and would limit them to games and community events.
Okay. And the items for consideration, the concluding by 9:30 and weekday practices concluding by 8.
Yes.
You're good with that? Okay.
Yep.
Thanks, Kat. No questions.
Thanks.
Patrick.
No questions at this.
All right, Scott.
So the PA system for games, is that just high school games? Is that?
Currently, it's just high school games. This would include these recreational games, but for example, our Mud Hog schedule as it stands right now, there would be one regular season game that would be looking to use the lights. So it's not going to be every Friday, every Saturday, every Sunday. It would be an off occasion.
And thank you. It looks like over the years, it's come up quite a few times. It looks like it's roughly like 14 games at this point.
Yes,
are
currently
approved.
in
Any sense like how much that might grow?
well, the 14 games are currently for high school athletics.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the town recreation programs that we offer, and they would like a chance to play under the lights as well. And like I said, we're not looking to have an exorbitant amount of games under the lights there. It would be as their schedule allows. I don't know the number right now, just because we want some flexibility as well. Again, not a weekly thing outside of the practices for the games, but just the opportunity to have some games under the lights.
I'm all
Good.
set.
Okay. How about you, Liz?
Well, that I was going to try and drill down onto how many, and I know it's a moving target because there's, in addition to schedule and mixing all those things together, it's weather too. But so when we say community events, any a little more detail about that? What is that?
Well, our intent for community events would be that prime example that we've had the last 2 years is that police and fire flag football game. Games under there. I know we've had like Relay for Life in the past there. So the intent is not for these massive events to come up into the high school. Again, I don't know what could come up in the future, what type of event there, but in our mind, it's really like that flag football community event for a fundraiser that brought out a couple hundred people each time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Matt, questions?
No additional questions. Thank you.
All right, and Matthew
No questions. Thank you.
and Bobby.
No additional questions.
Okay, so this would be for fall season going forward. This would not include anything in the spring at all?
We don't anticipate much usage in the spring because the sun is out a little bit later, maybe early, if there's something in March or, again, that level of flexibility with the schedules, but it would be predominantly in the fall. I can't really think of anything that would occur in the spring because again, it's really the daylight that we're competing against.
I do not have a problem with this application, but I do think that to be fair to the neighborhood, we should have a better idea of which sports, which games, like have a schedule. So you mentioned obviously football, mud hogs, lacrosse, track. That's it for sports, or are there any others?
I think those are the programs, and I have Jeffrey from our recreation department here. I believe those are the ones that we intend would be using the lights. I can't think of any other.
Come on up. So we have other folks on the line that need to hear you.
So our current use is our NFL flag football program, our Mud Hogs tackle football program, youth lacrosse, which is boys and girls, and then we have track and field and running events.
Okay. And is there any way to know which games? So you meant like you mentioned Mud Hogs only has one game that would play under the lights, for example. Do we know the other ones?
As of right now, we would try to keep it equal between boys and girls events. Right now with flag football and tackle football, we have the cheering program, which kind of offsets the boys and girls events there. If we were to offer a night game for boys lacrosse, we would like to offer it for girls as well. In doing that, I would try to coordinate with Matthew Martirelli, the athletic director, in following one of their home games with one of our home games to not create an additional night, but just to add on to a night.
Okay, so my son only played baseball, but I'm just wondering, how will this be managed, or like, will you be able to track who's using the field? Will there be some kind of key?
Yep. Yeah, we actually just installed a SkyLogix light management system at the high school, which we have at Tungsten Mead. We transferred one of our boxes from the baseball field to the high school field so that we can avoid the overuse and abuse of the lights.
Okay.
Essentially, it's a automated system where you set the schedule and it listens to you.
Okay, all right, so, okay, no, that's good that there's some.
So we could set a practice schedule, for instance, and then we could set a game schedule working with the athletic director where he could have essential control over the athletic events for the high school. We would have control over the events for recreation or community events.
Okay, and how does the community event portion work? Is it like, is there a notice requirement, or someone can call you today and say, hey, Friday, we want the field, or I don't know how formal it is.
Yeah, we have an online public event permit process, and that requires sign off from our police department, planning department, fire department, community and recreation, highway, town manager's office. So there's a long process, fire marshal's office as well, that people have to go through in order to hold a community event like that.
Okay. I think it's great. I think, it's the high school. It's also, it's part of our community. I think of, when my son played, he loved playing, when he was younger, baseball under the lights. It's so special to the kids. But just making sure that with neighbors, right, we're okay with neighbors. The lights, I think, is one thing. The PA system I could see being annoying, problematic, right? Like if you don't have any kids in school, whatever. But I also know that my neighbor right now is using a sledgehammer, till 8 o'clock at night, and I can't do anything about it. So would this be, one last question, sorry. Would there be a schedule that is available that shows people if they wanted to check which games or which nights it would be an event? Or
A public schedule?
Yeah.
No, if someone wanted to know when there was an event, they would contact either the recreation office or the high school athletic department.
Okay, all right. Thank you. All right. Commissioners, you're okay if we turn it over to?
Just
the
catch
Okay,
up
go ahead. Yes.
more.
Yep.
Do we ever use the PA system for daylight games, or is it just during night games?
We have not, to my knowledge. I would have to talk to the athletic director in regards to their.
Because obviously there's a noise issue at play here and a light issue, and then both at the same time. So just trying to wrap our heads around all those three.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Just a
Yeah,
personal experience when my daughter was playing lacrosse at the high school. They would do announcements if they were playing a 3:30 game. They would, on the field is, or, 2 minutes to go, that sort of thing. So the PA system, she also is now out of college, so it's been a couple of years.
Yeah, I think my question is, right, there's 14, as Scott said, 14 usages today.
Yeah.
And then how many without the lights? And then what are you looking to expand to?
Mhm.
And is it 50 or right? So we're just trying to, I think for us, help give us numbers would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I think if we were to throw out a number, we would probably be comfortable with 6 annual games. I mean, predominantly it would be in the fall season. But again, we want that level of flexibility for, lacrosse, boys and girls, and like Jeff said, the football, so schedules change each year, and we wanted that level of flexibility. So we're not here constantly asking for another special permit.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you. All right. Let's turn this over to the public. It is a public hearing. If there's someone here that wishes to speak regarding this application coming up, please identify yourself and give us your address.
Good evening, members of the Town Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is Bernadette Longfield. My husband's name is Biff Longfield, and I believe we are the closest house to the Farmington High School field. We moved here over 40 years ago from Woodstock, Vermont, with the intent to live in this neighborhood for 1 year while we looked around, and we're still there. One of the main attractions and the wonderful thing about living in our home is our proximity to Farmington High School. One of the unique features of our neighborhood is that most of the houses that abut the field have little paths to the field. And this has created through the years a harmony between the high school and the neighborhood, which has been lovely. We have 2 children, Kelly and Ryan, who went to Farmington High School, and Ryan played football on the Farmington High School field and baseball. And we have experienced a very positive relationship with the high school. Our kids got a great education, went on to Colgate. Our son played 4 years of hockey at Brown. And it has just been a lovely situation. In 2002, a new situation occurred where the Farmington High School field was requested for Farmington High School night games. And the town council came to us and said, please consider 6 nights. They were very specific in their proposal, and they were very distinct about the parameters of this proposal. And in our living room, on our deck, on our front porch, we had conversations that built up a trust, and we certainly appreciated that. Through the years, those situations changed, Title IX, including the girls, and we had continual communication with town council members who also came to our home and made promises to us. And as a result, a manageable situation occurred, not without issues, but it works. And there is a trust. So of course, on the 13th of July, we received a notice from you all that there is a new proposal in the works. The letter was postmarked the 6th, and within the town of Farmington, it took 8 days to come to us. Our next door neighbor never got the proposal. I spoke to them this morning. They knew nothing about this. And of course, many people are on vacation. So we really had no time to prepare for this. My husband is much more knowledgeable in the area of planning and construction and building. He was the head of the landscape architecture department of the architectural firm Russell Gibson Von Dolan in Farmington. And that firm specialized, or should I say, focused on building high schools throughout the state of Connecticut and adjoining states. And he ended his career, the last 15 years of his career was with the Bristol campus of ESPN, where he was the head of building and planning. So he has knowledge of planning and zoning, and he has a degree from Harvard University Graduate School of Design in building and planning. And so we do have a knowledge of this. Our goal is to live harmoniously and amicably in our home next to Farmington High School. But we are shocked that a proposal would come to us that could possibly change all the manageable situation that we now have. So the proposal, or should I say the letter that came to us, says Town of Farmington application for a special permit for the use of turf field lights for high school sports and recreation department fall season at 10 Monteith Drive. Exceptionally vague and open-ended. It tells us to go further down. It tells us to go in and get the actual application or what was proposed. And I figured out how to do that. And there's a letter from our town chairman, town manager, Kathleen, And it says, this is a wonderful opportunity for the community to utilize the turf field in addition to the high school for practices and games. Not only would this enable Farmington youth leagues to play under the lights, but it can also be used for community events, etc. Again, this is so vague and open-ended. And then the actual description for this proposal says, use of the turf field lights for high school and community recreation for the fall season, PA system is limited to games only. I mean, this is extremely, shockingly vague. So we have a lot of questions. Unfortunately, my husband couldn't be here tonight because he's babysitting for 5 days for one of the grandchildren at a baseball camp in New Hampshire. And they had a 5:30 game, so he couldn't even Zoom. So I'm the lucky person that gets this job. In any case, I'd just like to say that this is a special request. And in order to meet the criteria of a special request, you have to meet certain demands. And the first two demands, or should I say requirements of a special request that I could find, are that the existing and future character of the neighborhood in which the zone and or use is to be located will be protected, and that adequate safeguards will be taken to protect adjacent property and the neighborhood in general from detriment. So we have a lot of questions. And let me just read you some of these questions.
Go ahead.
What steps have been taken in the past to meet these standards in regards to the lights and the PA system at Farmington High School? And what steps would be taken this fall to protect the neighborhood? I'll just give you a quick example of that. We have been slammed with the building of the new high school. And we had 3 members of the town come to visit us last summer, so we could just share some of the things that have occurred to our home and to our neighbors. And they assured us that there will be some plantings and shielding to protect the neighborhood. So I encourage you to walk. There's a charming little path along the edge of the construction site going past the Farmington High School field. And they have put in trees for our protection. As weak and as disappointing as that is, actions were taken and some consideration was taken to shield us. We may be dead by the time the trees get to be any kind of height, but some action was taken and some consideration. So the question is, what would be taken to help us with this situation? How many games will be played? Who's playing the games? How many nights? How many practices? Which nights have the lights? Which have the night lights and the PA system? Who is overseeing all of this? Who do the neighbors contact when things go wrong? Who's responsible for the trash and the cleanup the next day and maintaining the fields in the surrounding area with this extensively, heavily night use? We've gone over to the field after a night game and there's a lot of garbage. Is the high school athletic department okay with relinquishing their main field? Note that they only have 2 fields now, the Farmington turf field and the upper field. And, you know, all of the kids are bused to their after school activities. And why hasn't, maybe it has, planning taken place for youth recreation and sports programs for night games, if this is so wonderful and desired by the community? And have all locations been investigated, for example, Tunxus? And yes, the soccer program did lock that up when our kids were young. but that also should be investigated. And what exactly does it mean by fall recreation department fall season? This application is exceptionally vague, open-ended, and unacceptable. What we know that the lights are very prominent into our backyard. We see the entire football field and the scoreboard from our living room for night games. The lights come in our bedrooms and in our living room. But an even bigger issue is the PA system. It's outdated. It's too loud. The noise is very detrimental to us and our neighbors. We have never objected to the daily activities on that field, starting at 8 a.m. Sundays in the fall, we not only have the PA system going all day, but we have music blaring, and that's all okay until 8 o'clock. That should be a reasonable time in a neighborhood. Our next door neighbor goes to work at 2:30 in the morning. Another neighbor has a 5-year-old that goes to bed at 7:30 at night. I have to say the PA system is ridiculous. Most nights we have a loud, static, garbled, play-by-play, almost NFL, or let's say beyond NFL commentary on the games. And what we've noticed is that the weather makes a big difference. If the wind is blowing in our direction, it's much louder. And lastly, in conclusion, the configuration of the new Farmington High School building footprint has created, in conjunction with the existing high school, a bowl effect. A solid wall on the west side of the field, we anticipate will further reflect sound towards our neighborhood. Did the environmental impact studies required for the new high school include an evaluation of the sound impact from the high school turf field? You have, in effect, a boot-shaped new high school, hard surface, looking from our neighborhood, from our house, on the left-hand side. At the end of the field, you have the existing brick high school. Then you have the brick concession stand to the right of that. And then on the right-hand side, you have the bank going up to the upper field with the stadium seating. That has created a bowl, which we are afraid is going to cause significant sound changes to our neighborhood. We are respectfully requesting, at the completion of the new high school and its solid surfaces, that this special permit request be tabled until a full evaluation of the existing PA system is done in regards to the uses of the artificial turf field at Farmington High School. No additional increases in the use of the field should be improved until it's been demonstrated that there will not be a material impact on the neighborhood. Biff and I want to thank you for your consideration. We truly appreciate it. And we invite you all, seriously invite you all to our home, to our backyard in the fall when the leaves are off and you get the full impact of everything, the new school and the field and so on. And I think you will further understand what's going on. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that wishes to come on up? Thank you.
I'm Ronald Faybush. I live on Talcott Notch Road. I've been in town. I beat Bernadette by a bit. I've been here 48 years next week. I came here for a different event because where I live, what happens at the high school has no effect. I don't hear the sound. I'm about as far away as you could be from the high school and still be in the town of Farmington. But when I heard the presentation tonight, I said, this is something I have to come up here and talk about because it was so vague. It was amazing. Now, last week, I'm home during the day and I get to watch a lot of what's on the news. And last week they had the House hearings, and Christopher Wray was called to testify for about 5 hours. And in 5 hours, he was asked, I don't know how many hundreds of questions, and not one was answered with specific information. You reminded me exactly of how Christopher Wray handled his interview, because every question that was asked of you, well, I'm not sure how many they're going to be. There could be a lot, there could be a few. I'm not sure, but we don't plan to interfere with anything in the community. Now, you have a lot of pressure on this group. There's a lot of things, a lot of judgments that you make. Bernadette pointed out the noise issue along with the lighting issue. And unfortunately, the first hearing on Calco, which is what I'm here for, and I might talk later, I was out of town that night and couldn't be here. But there was another event that you ruled on, apparently unanimously against. And I'll tell you what that's about, because that ties in with sound. I got my bills for my insurance, for my taxes, and I like fancy sports cars. So one of my tax bills is about $2,600 a year. And I may be the only person in town that has a car like that with Connecticut plates on it rather than Florida plates. But I live, he's laughing because he knows it's the truth. But I pay my tax bills because that's part of the understanding if I want to live in town. Now, when I mail that check in next week with my total tax bills on my cars, which is over $4,000, the town will gladly accept it. But if on Sunday morning I get into my car and I drive to the Polo Grounds and I want to have a cup of coffee and enjoy that with my friends, I can't do that anymore. Even though I did it all last summer and the summer before and the summer before, and who knows how many years back, probably 5 or 6, since Mike Barufi bought that property and turned it into a magnificent facility. And why can't I do that anymore? Because you ruled a limitation of the number of events that they can hold at the Polo Grounds. And my understanding from what I could read in the paper was it was primarily on the noise issue. And I'm going to approach you, and this is off topic a little, but I'm going to approach you to reconsider that issue. And you're going to have to guide me as to how I get you to reconsider it. But they have to pay, they meaning the Polo Ground operation, have to pay to have several policemen there whenever there's any kind of event. So on Sundays, there's always 2 policemen there and they're talking to everybody else and looking at the sports cars. Well, if they got out on the street and ticketed the people that make the noise, because it's only a handful of people making the noise, ruining it for maybe 500 people that want to bring their cars there and enjoy the day. So there's a noise issue that affects many hundreds of people that used to enjoy the Polo Grounds on a Sunday morning that can't anymore because of a ruling where you gave consideration to the noise. I know that's off topic, but I hope you give that same consideration to Bernadette and all of her neighbors.
Thank you.
Because they have a legitimate complaint on 2 things. One, how much noises are going to be, and she pointed out that that may change with the construction of the new high school.
Thank you.
And the other consideration, and I'm finished now, is that people apparently were not given adequate notice. I was given a few days' notice about the first meeting on the Calco thing on Talcott Notch. And it was in my mailbox when I got home, which was the day after your event here. So whether I'd gotten it earlier or not, I still wouldn't have been here. But you have these things scheduled out a ways in advance, and maybe the notices have to be arranged to get out a little bit quicker because the post office is not doing the job it used to do either. Thank you for your consideration.
Yep, we appreciate it. Thank you for your comments. We're not going to discuss the polo grounds. That matter has been voted on. But if you have comments and concerns, Shannon, is there anything should,
At this point, there's no application.
yeah,
The application was voted. There is no motion. It would be, the Polo Grounds would have to decide they wanted to reopen that discussion.
all right. Anyone else in the room that wishes to speak regarding the request from the town? Okay, how about online?
Okay, if anyone is called in to offer comment regarding the application for the high school for the use of lights at the turf field, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom and you will be acknowledged to address the commission. Again, if you have called in to offer comment regarding the high school application regarding the use of lights at the high school turf field, please raise your hand. Using the feature in Zoom, you'll be acknowledged to address the commission. Yeah, Madam Chair, there are no hands raised. We do have one other item of written correspondence.
Perfect.
though.
I was going to ask you. Thank you.
Yep. So I've got a bunch of stuff on my screen that's moving around. Sorry. We received an email from Julie Holt at 45 Knollwood. I'm writing to express my opposition to the use of nighttime lights and PA system for games and community events in our town. I read the application for special permit to expand the use of lights and have some concerns. The application states use of turf field lights for high school and community recreation for fall season, PA system limited to games only. I do not see a number of events that will be allowed or a limit to how many nights the lights and PA can be used. This is a concern to me as my backyard is unusable during night events due to the lights and PA volume. To potentially have events multiple nights a week, for example, a Friday night high school football game and a Saturday night community event would severely diminish the peace and enjoyment of my own property. I also am not sure how often the PA will be used in tandem with the lights. The application states PA will be used with games only. I would assume most of the events will be games. Will the PA be used only with high school games or all community rec games? While I understand the importance of fostering community engagement and providing recreational opportunities, I hope the Plan and Zoning Commission will keep in mind my concerns and how these events impact quality of life. Signed by Julie Holt on Knollwood Road. We did not receive any other correspondence.
Okay. Do you have any responses to what you heard? And I actually have a question for you about the time frame. So is this something that will be like from September to December or like before this? Like, what's the time frame when you say fall?
I would say September through November, typically we have our sports.
Yeah, fall sports generally begin with practices the week before Labor Day and go maybe as late as Thanksgiving, depending upon a playoff schedule. That's recreation programs. I can't answer in regards to FHS activities.
Okay. So you've heard, from a couple neighbors. Do you have any responses, any additional information to share?
We appreciate the comments and understand the concerns. We're happy to work with the commission for conditions of approval to maintain that harmonious relationship between FHS and the neighborhood. We're happy to limit the number of games, like I said, potentially 6 games, so that there's a number and it isn't that broad overarching open application. 6 games would help us work with the schedule. It would help us accommodate community events such as that police and fire flag football game, and give us that level of flexibility because again, schedules change each year. I can't predict what the schedule is going to look like next year or the year after, and that would allow us to work within those parameters.
And have you heard similar concerns about the noise or what we heard today? Or trash pickup, like what, is there a process in place after events or practices to pick up trash, for example? It sounds like.
Yeah, we have our parks department is typically on standby during these types of events to help with the trash, and we can make sure that trash is being picked up after these events. I haven't heard any other noise complaints regarding events outside of this application. And then looking back historically at the minutes from the previous TPZ approvals, it seems like the PA system is more of the concern and the noise that it brings with that. So I do understand that.
Mhm. I think this request is very different. This community request is very different than corporate events that were alluded to. And it's about our kids, it's about our community. The thing, and we'll throw it to the commissioners, right? Because I'm not the only one that has a say, but I do feel like we should have a little bit more information. And I understand you're looking for the flexibility, but I think to be fair, the high school obviously has been there a long time. But to be fair to the neighbors, I think that there has to be something a little bit more defined than, community events and what, like you said, 6. I feel like I need more information. Can we go? Do you guys have any questions? Do you guys resonate with what I'm saying? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike, if you were going.
I mean, I have no problem if they're fine with a limit. I don't necessarily need a schedule or anything. That's just my opinion.
So limit the number of events or games.
If that would be what they
Okay.
were okay with.
I was just gonna ask about the time. So I think you're proposing the events to conclude by 9:30. Does it need to be 9:30 or can it be earlier?
I believe the current approval is 9:30, so that would maintain that consistency.
For the extra, I guess the extra 6, right?
Okay.
Is there a balance there? We just heard comment, right? 9:30 versus 8 PM. Is there flexibility there with those 6 events, or is that not something you can really speak to at this point?
I think we're happy to be flexible with the time and all of those things. We thought for continuity's sake with the high school approval, having that same time period would make sense. But again, we're open to working on those conditions of approval.
So we have games, practices, community events, and then PA system, which is right now only used for games, right? And community events. Do we keep this open? Do you have enough information?
Can
Go
I
ahead. Yes,
share a
yeah,
couple of
please.
things?
This is for all of us. Yeah.
So, going back in time, when my daughter was younger, I was her lacrosse coach for Farmington Youth. So I did my time. And that is a spring sport. So the timing of sunset did not become as much of an issue. I will say that it was pretty cool for a 5th grader to go out and play a night game. It is an exciting thing. I will say if there was any PA systems, and we did not play at the time, we didn't play at Farmington, but we played at other schools. And maybe we did the Star Spangled Banner, and maybe they would say, who scored a goal or anything, but it wasn't a big event. And that only happened a couple of times. So there is truly a lot of value in giving the kids an opportunity to play. But I also completely appreciate having your backyard being that close to school. And there's got to be a balance. I personally feel that if we could come up with a number and then say 4, 6, whatever works, I think that's a good starting point. As many times we have had other applications where we've done something for 6 months or a year, or like, let's try this. I think that might be a good strategy. So that's my opinion.
Are there any changes? And I don't, I know we approved the high school, but some things did not make it to the final vote due to budget, but are there any changes to the PA system that will be coming as part of the new high school?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Yes.
Has a decibel level check ever been done on the PA system?
I am not aware of a decibel level check. I think that would be, you're speaking to like in requirements to our noise ordinance to see what levels.
Well, just to see what level it's at. I mean,
Yeah.
We're hearing noise as an issue.
Yeah.
But it makes the play that, is it 50 decibels over what it's supposed to be?
Yeah.
Is it 3 decibels over what it's supposed to be?
I don't believe that has been conducted, at least not in recent memory, but that's definitely an option to see what level we're at now and if any modifications could be made.
And then also, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I would like to see, you know, if you could, you know, being respectful to the neighbors. I understand the PA system and all that, but if we have days of the week, you know, maybe a Saturday is a little more lenient than a Tuesday night.
Yeah.
How about you, Matthew?
The gentleman mentioned the polo club and I think how we kind of ended up in that scenario was, it was not written exactly the amount of events there could be. And eventually it evolved into too much. So I think we need to spell out the amount of events and that would limit that from happening.
Or do what Mike suggested, up to X number of practices, X number of events, X number of community events. So are we comfortable making that decision tonight or?
I have another
Go ahead,
question if
sure.
I can. So Matt has suggested for those 6 events that we've been talking about, having them end at 8 o'clock. Does that throw off the plan that you talked about of having back-to-back events to sort of limit the number of nights that?
The back-to-back plan was in thinking about offering girls and boys lacrosse spring, which essentially is not needed per se due to sunset. It was just an opportunity to get both boys and girls under the lights. And that only came up as a question this past season.
Yeah.
But if the high school had a game from 6 to 8 o'clock, we would essentially be done by 9:30. Yes.
Okay, so that it would potentially cause more evening nights where events are happening versus if we kept it at 9:30, you know what I'm asking? I'm not asking it well at all, but so
I know what you're saying.
somebody knows what I'm saying. Pretty
So
sure
if you
They're only
keep it
allowed
at 9:30, you can do the back-to-back games
Right.
versus having 2 days
if
because.
you
now
push it
you can't
to 8,
get
it
them
might
both in.
split it to 2 nights now.
So in theory, right, 6 extra nights could be 12 games, right? Or just back to back,
Correct.
right? Because
Right.
really 6 nights
Right,
and whatever however many number of games
right.
you can fit into those nights. Yep.
The best example I could give is that right now we have one game scheduled for our youth football program that would require lights in order to be played on schedule. And it's October 22nd. I can tell you sunset right now, October 1st is 6:33. Sunset on November 5th is 4:41. With football season going into November, we're all at the mercy of daylight.
Sure.
And right now, based on the current projected schedule for this season, we have one game that would require lights.
And then,
But
yep, go
we
ahead.
also have the potential for playoffs,
Mhm.
but we would manage that if we were given 6 nights, we would manage that within those 6 nights.
So if we stuck to the 6, are we, does that apply to a flag program, Mud Hogs lacrosse track? Is that enough to stay?
Yeah, it would
The
be
6 would be enough?
for any of those recreation programs. 8/community events.
Okay, and
It wouldn't be an additional allotment for the community events. It would give us permission for the 6 nights and fill the schedule with up
Yeah.
to 6.
up to 6, yep.
So is that 6 of the high school sports and then 6 community?
The high school is existing, right?
Yes, this is not to modify the existing high school. This would be in addition to their
Right.
approval.
So a total of 12?
High school has 14, right?
14
Right.
plus 6, 20. Oh, is that right? Is that the math?
That's what I have,
20
right?
total?
Documentation.
Okay.
And do we know what the events, are there events planned for community events right now?
At this time, we do not have any public event permits that would require the lights up there.
Okay. And again, who would manage this? It would be this Matthew, I'm sorry, I'm saying it the wrong way. Would it be the director at the high school that would manage this?
He manages the athletic events for the high school, but he would work in conjunction with Jeff, who does the scheduling for the recreational programs, and then community events run through the town manager's office through that public event permit.
So let's do this again. So all games and community events. So we're saying 20, right? Games and community events shall conclude by 9:30. All weekday practices shall conclude by 8. and public or the PA system will only be used for games and community events. And so it's the 20 games,
Yes, the high school.
the 20.
Yep.
So 20 uses of the lights and the PA system for the
Right.
year.
Yeah, for August to November, maybe playoffs, right? For the fall.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
But then potentially also in the spring
Well,
for
that's,
lacrosse.
Yeah,
Potential, but it's again,
I
the
like-
concern is really the fall, like Jeff said, the sun setting at. We're
I can't speak
40
for
something.
Matthew Martirelli, but I can tell you, I would assume some of those 14 events happen in the spring.
Can I make a comment?
yeah, go ahead.
Or a question, like what kind of time frame do we have here? So I kind of agree that it's vague, right? And we're kind of sitting here just throwing stuff back and forth, you know, and when we come out of this, you know, it's tough because
Yeah.
we're really put under, you know, in a position where we don't really have time to think about it, right? Is it possible to come back and with your plan and what you'd like, you know, right? So you came in and it's, again, I agree, it's vague. And a lot of that's for flexibility, but we have to understand that the neighbors are in close proximity, right? If this was Tungus community soccer fields, it's totally different.
Right.
But when I look at the map, I see a bunch of houses and, you know, obviously we want to, I'd like more time myself.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Would it
Something
be
more
helpful?
specific.
Yeah, would it be helpful if we take a look at the existing schedules as they are now and see,
Yes.
like Jeff did with the one for the flag football,
Yes,
what
we
we would?
definitely want
Yeah.
details. Do we have time on the 31st?
Of course.
Okay. Is everyone comfortable continuing the public hearing till July 31st? We're good, Mike? Sure. Okay. All right, so let's do that.
Okay.
If you can come back with more information, everyone is happy. And hopefully we'll be able to take a vote. Thank you for coming this evening, and we need a motion and second to continue, please.
Okay.
It's an easy one.
Come on.
Thanks. Sure, I'll take that one. I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing for the town of Farmington's application for a special permit for use of turf field lights for high school sports and recreation department fall seasons at 10 Monteith Drive, R40 zone, until July 31st.
31st.
Okay, second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We're still actually, okay. All right, I know I'm like, hopefully I didn't jinx us. I know. Thank you everyone for your patience. The next item in front of us is an application that we've been reviewing for some time. It's from Calco Construction. It's an application for a 6-lot subdivision of 222 Talcott Notch Road with waivers or 80 zone. And this has been continued from June 26, 2023. And I know there were emails even like as late to like right before the meeting. So I'm not sure where we're at, Shannon.
We're proceeding. Steve Judas is on the phone representing the applicant to discuss the plan that's before the commission. And then we can go from there.
We can go through it and then, okay. Hello there.
Hello, Madam Chair. Good evening. For the record, my name is Stephen Judas. I'm with the office of Harry Cole, located at 876 South Main Street in Plantsville. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
I'm here tonight on behalf of Calco Construction Incorporated for a property located at 222 Talcott Notch Road. As the commission knows, this has been an ongoing application. We've kind of gone back to the drawing board, I believe, since the last time we presented the plan to you, and we've reworked the plan into what we feel is a much better plan. It works better with the topography. It works better from a clearing perspective. We don't have to clear as much trees. We're proposing additional conservation areas, and I think most importantly is the storm drainage has been reworked to provide better stormwater management on site on our proposed roadway. through revised detention basin, rain gardens, and another small basin on the northerly side of the property. We will be requesting a continuous again tonight. We did receive additional comments from the engineering department, and we will be working diligently to address those as quickly as we can. So just to put it out there, we're still going to ask you to continue this again for 2 weeks. The main changes to the plan were to align the roadway with the private road across the street. One of the waivers that we were requesting was due to the fact that we didn't meet the required separation, and we looked at moving this opposite this driveway, and we looked at moving it opposite the driveway to the south. But ultimately, the location that we proposed worked the best from a grade perspective. It allowed us to provide a nice flat grade at the intersection at 2%, and then we slope the road up following the topography, and then we have a nice flat cul-de-sac. So we did analyze both driveways, and we felt the northerly connection was the best proposed. We understand that the neighbor across the street has some concerns about storm drainage. We did propose additional catch basins at the intersection. There's an existing basin there that would be improved, and we'd be adding 2 additional basins, catch basins in the roadway. But all of that runoff would be controlled by the detention basin that is being pointed to right now to the south. And this basin is much better than what was previously submitted. The side slopes are shallower, it's not as deep, works better with the topography, and I think I just, in my professional opinion, it's a much better plan than what was originally proposed. We've, as I mentioned, included rain gardens on most of the lots to help with infiltration. We've reduced the amount of grading required on each of the lots. We've modified the septics in accordance with the revised lot lines and the revised configuration. And then we've expanded the conservation easements to include a large portion of lot 3. This is where the existing home is. That conservation easement would protect the existing pond that was there. I just want to note that although it's in the conservation easement, the applicant is concerned, he still wants to be able to maintain the pond. And I hope that the commission would agree that the pond is an asset to the property, and if it needs to be maintained, they'd like to be able to do that within the conservation easement. Those are the main changes that we've made to the plan. As I mentioned, Bruce has been going through the plan, has given us a set of comments, and he's, as you know, your staff is very thorough, and we will work with them, and we want to make sure that everyone's happy and satisfied with the proposal before we ask you to move forward on it. Are there any questions for me from what I've explained to you so far?
So I understand your request to extend. Now,
Yes.
Is July 31st enough time? Will you be ready with everything by the 31st, or are we moving? Do we even have a timing issue or not yet?
I guess
Shannon?
that would be my question for Shannon. What is our timeline?
So the extension that Mr. Panico gave us was through July 31st.
Okay.
And there is sufficient statutory time to go to
Thank you.
July 31st. Beyond that, there is not sufficient statutory time available to get to September because the commission does not meet in August. So
That's right.
we will see where we get in the next 2 weeks. It's certainly is no harm in continuing the conversation this evening, and get any questions or concerns out would be helpful actually for us in any conversations we have with the applicant and his engineer over the next 2 weeks.
Agreed.
I
So-
understand. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just feeling bad for the residents or folks that are here online, people that have come in for this application.
Well, I assume that we would hear from the public tonight as we move forward, and we can try to address their concerns if possible. And I think part of this presentation is to show the property owners around us that we're trying to make positive changes to the development and incorporate some of their concerns into our redesign.
Okay. Commissioners, you're good if we take questions from the public? All right. So, yeah, I know you guys have been here. Thank you, Steve. For
Thank
folks
you.
that wish to speak regarding this application, come on up, state your name. Yep, it's being recorded and people are online, so come on up. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so it's still a 6-lot subdivision. The entrance is changing.
I'm Stephen Gillette. I'm here with my wife, Alexandra Buenaventura. We're the residents of 335 Old Mountain Road, which is abutting proposed lot 3 and proposed lot 4, sort of in that corner there. Before I get to any sort of substantive comments, a question that I do have for the commissioners. It sounds like there was some discussion just a moment ago about issues of timing on this application. I know that there is a moratorium that was put in place for new subdivision requests in Farmington. This application was grandfathered in because it was made some time ago. I'm just curious, before my fellow residents and I, plead our case, so to speak, if you could walk through for us exactly what the mechanics are of the next couple of meetings, what, if any, restrictions there may be on this application from a timing standpoint, just so that we're all aware of the nuts and bolts.
We're wondering the same too. So Shannon.
So it's just, so the applicant had a right to put forth the application, which they did because they already had their wetlands land use approval. So in working with staff, they've taken additional time to address comments and questions, which we see with some applications. They have used a portion of their extension time which again is allowed by statute. There's 65 days of extension time.
And this would be from May 18th, May 22nd, when did the 65 days start?
I don't have my chart
Okay.
in front. I
All right,
believe it's
sorry.
May 22nd. I believe the hearing opened May 22nd, so the 65 days started then. So they had, I think they had to give us 5 days of an extension in order to get to July 31st, roughly. Again, I've got it all in a chart in
Yes.
my office. So they used some extension time in order to get to open the hearing, and then they had to use additional extension time now to extend the hearing. So with that, because there is a hiatus in August, there is not sufficient extension time to get to September. So they presumably, I believe Mr. Sears and myself's biggest concern with respect to the application had to do with stormwater. If we can, in the next 10 business days, come to a consensus with the management of stormwater, the balance of the items from an engineering review standpoint were clerical for the most part in nature, and could most likely be conditions of approval. Again, I'd have to go through and read all of them line by line. So there's a current application. They are within their statutory rights to continue to present. And they either have addressed to staff satisfaction to allow and the commission satisfaction to go to a vote on the 31st. If not, yeah, it's the commission's choice. It's the applicant's choice to withdraw if they so choose prior to the 31st, or the commission's choice to act appropriately on that application on the 31st, whether that's approve with conditions, or deny. That's
Yes.
how this goes. But they are within their statutory right to have the application here and to be heard this evening.
And then for us, this does not mean that we have to vote on the 31st. If we feel comfortable, we have enough information, of course. But are you okay with the response?
You will have to act on the application on the 31st.
To either deny.
You will
Deny
have
it.
to act
Okay.
to either approve it with conditions, or deny it,
Okay.
because there is no more statutory
Got
time
it. So
prior to the
decision.
September
Okay.
meeting.
All right.
So you will
Yeah.
have to act on it.
If I just may ask, I may be mistaken, but I thought under the, I thought once the public hearing was closed, the commission was still have additional time to consider their vote. Is that?
Yes, I suppose if they closed it, with the intent that they felt there was sufficient information in the record, then yes, correct. I misspoke. So, yes. But it does, if you're not going to approve or approve with conditions, then the hearing definitely has to be closed and then you can decide.
So we can close it on the 31st. And
Correct.
vote subsequent if we still need additional information. No
We have
additional.
No additional information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Right.
And once the
Agreed.
hearing closes, there's no additional information.
Okay. So do you want to come back for your questions or? I know you had maybe, this is a no, it's a public hearing. We have the applicant or representative of the applicant online. So we're not fully there yet, but you're absolutely more than welcome to ask your questions.
So I'll stay procedural for the moment. So the applicant has until the 31st to either withdraw their application or go forward with it, assuming they've met the conditions laid forth by the engineering staff last Friday. At that point on the 31st, the commission is pushed to either vote one of three ways,
Mhm.
right? Or have the hearing that evening, make sure that everyone is heard, and then a vote.
No,
can-
they will have the hearing and so it'll proceed just like it did this evening.
Mhm.
So the applicant will present any additional information. If there's additional commission questions or public comment, those will be addressed on the 31st. And then the commission has to, the application has to be acted on. It cannot be left. There is no more continuing of the hearing on the 31st.
Right.
So that's it. Come the 31st, it's the last chance for the commission to ask questions, the public and the applicant.
And if I guess it's helpful for all of us in thinking about this, whether we need to think about it, right? Because if the
As
applicant,
of now, you need to think about it.
absolutely, but if the applicant this is the second time that we had a continuance on this matter in as many meetings, and it's not.
Mr. Gillette, it's their right. I don't
I
have
totally
anything else.
agree.
So if you have a question regarding the application,
Sure.
then I'd put it forth because
What does the applicant, what does their clock look like? Should the commission deny it on the 31st
they can reapply.
immediately?
They could, the commission has the right, if it's because the clock runs out, it is within the commission's choice to deny it without prejudice. The applicant can reapply.
Okay, and
And they could come back this fall.
September.
that's regardless of the moratorium that the town has in place.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
guess-
because they did not fall under the moratorium parameters because they already had their wetland permit in place. And because the wetland permit's in place and it's specifically written in the moratorium language, any project that had started the land use process that includes having a wetlands application or permit in place, then that property was able to proceed with the subdivision application.
Great, that's
And
helpful.
this is not the only property that took that opportunity to do that this spring.
Okay, just trying to get the lay of the land. So.
Yeah, no, your questions are great and it helps us out too. Do you have questions though for the applicant or are you all set this evening? Sorry,
I raised my questions at the last hearing. They're not changed materially, other than I note that one of the call outs specifically from the engineering commission was their question as to why the rainfall totals from
2015.
substantially long time ago were being considered as opposed to the updated and much more current rainfall totals, which I think yesterday puts a very fine point on. Yeah, I did a comparison yesterday between what is called out very clearly as a water course on this plan and what is not mentioned at all as a water course on this plan. And there wasn't much of a difference. So to the degree that I'd be interested to see what they come back with in response to the discussion on the rainfall totals, because as we discussed last time, water comes down this hill, whichever way it's going to want to. It's fairly predictable, but it's even the predictable water courses are not entirely accounted for on the plan. So given that that's something that engineering has called out, I think they'll get their answers they need.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else here that come on up, wishes to speak regarding this application? Thank you. Come on up.
I'm Ronald Faybush. I live at 241 Talcott Notch Road. I've been there for 24 years. Can you shift that map on the screen a little bit to the right so that we can see where it comes out onto Talcott Notch Road?
Certainly.
Okay. Where that's coming out on Talcott Notch Road, this is a question for whoever's on the other end of this link. Is that coming out opposite Northfield Drive at this point?
Northington Way.
Is he there?
I'm telling, it is coming out opposite.
Oh, there he is. Hi, is your new driveway coming out opposite Northfield Drive?
It's not Northfield Drive, it's Northington
Yeah.
Way.
I guess that's
Northington
what-
Way, yeah, Northington Way.
Okay, yes, Northington Way.
Okay, and the water that flows down the driveway is gonna go where?
There are 3 catch basins, the one existing and 2 proposed at the bottom of our proposed driveway.
Okay, and where's that water gonna go?
That goes into a drainage system on Talcott Notch Road.
Okay, let me tell you about the drainage system on Talcott Notch Road. On 2 occasions, I've had 1.5 feet of water in my garage because the drainage system on Talcott Notch Road couldn't handle any significant rainfall. On the second occasion, which was 2 years ago, I had a very expensive car totaled out. Fortunately, it was covered under my insurance. I'm surprised they renewed my policy. In the meantime, the town has agreed to fix things, and they did. Last summer, they came out and they put some more drainage. The drainage, there's about 5 drainages on Talcott Notch. They all flow to the north. Is there any way I can point to things on the map so that the fellow can have an understanding of what I'm referring to? If I walk up to it, will he see my hand or not?
No, sir.
No, okay.
No, so
Well,
right now,
if you
do
look at
want
where
the
your
answer?
driveway comes out,
want
you
the
go north a little bit, which means bring the picture down on the screen.
I'm,
Hold on one second. Shannon,
Yeah, right there.
where's two?
Okay, there's a house that's immediately,
Excuse me.
Sir.
1 second. I want, Shannon, where's 241 in relation to?
241 is
Yeah.
right. So I've got the aerial map. You can see Copper Beach, 241's at the intersection of Talcott Notch and Copper Beach.
Okay,
It's 2 properties north of where Northington Way is.
yep.
my house
222.
is-
Yes, sir, we're all
Yep.
set.
I can point to it.
No,
Yeah, yeah,
we're
we're
all-
good. We're good.
set.
We see it. We're all set.
Mr. Faybush, we're all set. We understand.
Yeah, we
where
see
you-
it.
We're
We-
all set.
Thank you.
But at the house that's just north of this property, right there, there's a drainage ditch in front of his property.
Yes, sir. You need to
Okay.
speak into the microphone so the recording peaks you up, please.
There's a drainage ditch in front of that property, which goes underneath the street to my side of the street.
Okay.
There's also another drainage ditch a little bit further up the street, which goes underneath the street to my side of the street. Then on my side of the street, this drainage continued to approximately in front of my garage. And from there, it flowed through a small old, about an 8-inch pipe under my lawn from way back when, and disappeared into some runoff into the river. That 8-inch pipe couldn't handle the drainage that was coming from about 5 catch basins. So what they did is they went onto Copper Beach Lane and they put a large pipe, I forget whether it was 18 inches or 24 inches, coming up Copper Beach Lane to Talcott Notch Road, at which point it made a right turn and joined in with the catch basin in front of my house. So now when there's a heavy rainfall, it accommodates the rain from those catch basins. What happened in the past is those catch basins filled up, it overflowed on my lawn, came down into my driveway. My driveway has 2 drains, but sized for my driveway, not sized for what overflows from the street, and caused a lot of damage on 2 occasions. Now, this was done a year and a half ago and has taken care of that problem. But I can guarantee you that if you send more water into that system by adding more catch basins on Talcott Notch Road, there's no place for that water to go in the existing system unless they can expand the pipes all the way to Copper Beach Lane and then down Copper Beach Lane and across Route 10 to the river. That would all have to be expanded to accommodate, and I'm not an engineer that works with this kind of stuff, but I am an engineer. I can tell you that there's not adequate capacity in the system. And you can check with Russ Arnold on that anytime you want. There's not adequate capacity in the system to deal with any additional catch basins that would be added to accommodate this property. It just doesn't exist. So I'm very concerned about that drainage. It's not, and you showed a little pond there. Well, that little pond with the rain we've had the last few days is going to fill up in the first half an hour, and then it's going to come into the street and it's going to flood, and it's going to flood right into Mr. Stanwood's Stanfield or Stanton's and wash his house away. He's on Copper Beach Lane, but he's at the very end of the cul-de-sac, and he's pretty much opposite Northfield or Northington Way. So there's going to be significant ramifications from all of that water runoff.
Yes, and the applicant is working with town staff on giving us additional information regarding stormwater. And we are expecting information in 2 weeks at the July
Okay.
31st meeting.
And then with regards to the 2 weeks, this is my second time here, but I showed up another time when I was advised that, oh, they're not going to be here tonight. They wanted a delay. And then the following 2 weeks, they weren't even on the schedule. So part of what I'm concerned about is we have several of my neighbors are here today. And some of these neighbors are going to get sick and tired of coming out here every 2 weeks. This is Monday night. I'd much rather be at Bushnell Park for Monday Night Jazz
Me too.
than to be here.
Same here.
But I am here because this is important
That's right.
in
That's
the
right.
long term. I'm wondering if they're just stretching, they being the developer, just stretching this out so that the people that want to object are going to say, I've done my objecting. I'm sick and tired of it. I can't show up anymore.
So unless this gets withdrawn, right, which is, I guess it could, we will be voting on this application on July 31st.
Well, again.
Okay,
it'll
so
be-
2 weeks from
the hearing-
tonight,
The hearing will be.
it will be on the calendar.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll plan to be back here then.
Sure, and you can call in, right?
Well, you can call in via Zoom, but you can also check, because again, if the applicant, if
Okay,
something-
because I know
you
I
can
get
call-
copies of the TPZ agenda,
Mhm.
and then I get last minute changes to it.
Mhm.
So I'm up to date. I get all that information from the town,
Excellent.
but you're saying on the 31st, you have to vote
Well,
on it
we have
because
to,
they're running out of time at that point.
yeah, we have to
Correct.
close the applicant, the hearing, but yes, on 7:31.
Okay, so they've got a lot more information to gather.
That is correct.
Is it worth my while to talk to Russ Arnold about the drainage situation?
This is why we have this process, and this is a public hearing. And the applicant is going to,
So
ahead.
town staff, it includes Bruce here and myself, have reviewed the application. The engineering comments were issued accordingly. The stormwater analysis is using the current stormwater data, the NOAA 14 data that's required for all projects in the state of Connecticut. So that update or correction has been made with this iteration.
And who from the town is going to be looking at that?
Myself and Bruce Sear who
And
is our-
who?
Bruce Sear
Okay,
is our senior assistant town planner,
yeah,
is an engineer, and we work in concert with Russ Arnold, our director of public works.
okay. So
So-
if I want to speak to one of you about this to make sure that all consideration is given to what I know about the drainage problem and the history of it, because as I say, I've been in that house for 24 years and experienced 2 floods there. So I want to make sure that anything I know is passed on to them. And-
Yes, sir, and we're familiar with the work and the project that was done on Talcott Notch and at Copper Beach.
Yeah,
a year
okay,
and a half ago, so we are quite familiar with the upgrades that were made.
okay.
You're welcome to come into the office. You can call, schedule an appointment. We're happy to chat with you. You're also welcome to reach out to Mr. Arnold as well.
Thank you very much.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wishes to come on up? State your name and address, please.
First, thank you for being here.
Sure.
Another Monday night. I know you're volunteering. Appreciate your time and your service
you.
to our town and our community. My name is Carrie Coyne. I live at 2 Northington Way. So that's my driveway we're talking about, which is now directly opposite the road we're discussing. So I've just seen briefly today this stormwater documents online. I don't know when they will be available for the next go round in 2 weeks. That's one question I have. I would love to know that ahead of time. Just for preparation and also making sure that we are here, not just in body, as we've actually 2 weeks, 2 visits in a row now, change our travel plans to be here. So I want to make sure we can be here and we can be knowledgeable as early as possible. Regarding the movement of the road, being that 2 Northington Way is our driveway, that is concerning to me. So I've just looked through the documents online really just tonight and looking where these detention ponds are. I mean, you've heard a lot about this stormwater drainage. We've only lived in our home for 5 years, but seeing that this is a long path of pavement that's going to empty, if not into the drainage ponds, but also into Talcott Notch and then directly onto Northington Way, which is downhill. That's of grave concern to us. And I understand the grading and the engineering that'll go into the detention and the drainage. However, this is a road. We're not going to be on a 35-degree angle driving up and down this private road. There will be drainage into Talcott Notch and it will be draining down Northington Way. So as much information as we can get, as soon as we can get would be very helpful. It's very concerning to us. We don't want to be swimming any more than we have already. And I can't imagine this isn't going to have a significant impact because I know that it will. It's just physics. But
Thank you.
Yeah.
Shannon, is it the Friday before typically, or you're expecting something sooner for information?
At this point, we need to have a meeting with the,
Applicant.
our proposal was to have a meeting with the applicant's engineering staff.
Okay,
That's what we've recommended.
all right. All right, is there anyone else that wishes to speak regarding this application? Yes, go ahead.
I don't have a specific date, so you can call our office as soon as they're available. If you want to give me your email address, I'm happy to get them over to you as soon as it's available.
Thank you, Shannon, for doing that. Come on up. Thank you. State your name, please, and address.
So my name is Brian Cote. I'm at 240 Talcott Notch Road. And again,
Yep.
voicing my concern for the drainage. Also for the increased traffic with 5 extra houses and 20 extra Amazon vans and whatever coming out of that driveway. I don't know if they'll put a traffic light or whatever, but obviously traffic is an issue. Speeding is an issue on the road. We brought to the town to try and put speed bumps in. They don't want to do it. I've almost got, taken out 20 times probably. But obviously there's a lot of issues with that mountain and, the road in general, just with the rain last week. I got up early, whenever it was, Sunday, went for a drive after it stopped, absolutely downpouring, just to look at everybody's driveways and everybody's yard. And it was comical just to see the rivers and rapids, everywhere. I personally had a cascading waterfall down my stairs in my backyard, you know, into my patio. The water just, it goes everywhere. And, you know, I've graded things in my yard and the water still goes, you know, every time it rains real hard, I see new paths because my mulch is wiped out and wiped into the road and wiped everywhere. So I'm curious to see what they're gonna do, you know, in trying to redirect or catch that water. So,
Okay.
you know.
Thank you
that's
for coming
concern.
back. We appreciate it. Thank
Thank
you. Anyone else? Oh, come on up. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Jack Stanland, the fellow that Ron was talking about. And my concern is the same as what these other fellows are saying in terms of the drainage. I've been in my house about 17, 18 years or so. And initially we would get huge runoffs coming from Talcott Notch Road that would erode a bank in the back of the house. So I spent a fair amount of money putting in the berm and extra stone walls to prevent it. And that solved the problem for that. But the excess water coming down Talcott Notch, I mean, you have to be there to see it. It's a lot. And what Ron was talking about when they put the bigger pipes in on Copper Beach helped a lot, but you're not going to solve that easily just by adding catch basins without increasing the size of the pipes, because it's just not going to handle it. And so all of us that are opposite and north of where that driveway is proposed are going to be more vulnerable. And the Talcott Notch slants down, the water's going to come down. And in the big volumes, it's just not Ron's house, it's everybody so all I'm asking is that when you talk to these people and the engineers, that they really have a good plan and that it takes into account what the drainage system on Talcott Notch is now. It's kind of marginal. It got a big improvement with that extra pipe, but with the climate change and everything that's going on, and this extra driveway and the extra water coming down, you got to really look at it carefully to make sure it's going to be adequate on it. It's a vulnerable area. And that's all I'm asking, is that you really, everybody has to put in extra bonds and whatever to ensure that it's going to be able to handle it. And
Thank you.
that was my only concern. Thank you.
Thank you. What is your address, sir? Where do you live?
I live in Copper Beach Lane,
Beach, okay.
but my property backs into Talcott Notch.
Okay.
So the vulnerability that I have is that the water comes from Talcott Notch into my property. And that's what I mentioned initially, where I had all the erosion and a lot of problems. So thank you.
For coming in. We appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else in the room that wishes to speak regarding? Yeah, come on up. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Alexandra Buenaventura Gillette. I live at 335 Old Mountain Road. The property, if you could scooch over just a little bit,
Sure.
the sort of cutout of this property. I'd like to thank first of all, you guys for listening to us again this week. I feel like this has become a regular. I hope it doesn't have to continue to be for my sake, although thank you guys for continuing to do it. I know it's an important part of the Farmington town, so thank you. I'd also like to thank Mr. Sinise for the work that they have done. I don't think that anyone here is speaking in opposition to the concept of a subdivision, right? This is his land. He has every right to use it. I think that he has done yeoman's work in actually creating a system that works for the community, listening to our concerns. So I want to just make sure that we note that I do appreciate that. I'd like to talk specifically, aside from the water issues, which I do think are substantial, about lot 4 and lot 3, lot 4 specifically. The house has been moved and we appreciate that so that it's farther down from the edge of the property, but it is still both within the upland review area. I don't know, I'm not an expert, I'm an attorney. This is not my skill set at all, but it's squarely within what sounds like the space that there should not be a house for the purpose of protecting the water course that is there. I want to make sure that the commission is aware of that and that that's acceptable or unacceptable, I'm not sure. I'd also like to speak to specifically the driveway on lot 4, which you'll see is still within the whatever the border, I apologize, whatever the border terms are. So the driveway is still basically touching the property, which means that you're going to have lights coming up in the evenings in a way that's seen. If possible, I'd like to see that be moved outside of the whatever those border terminology.
The
spaces are.
property setback.
Thank you very much, Shannon.
You're welcome.
I'm like nervous. I apologize, everyone. So to be moved back within that. It looks like a very substantial house, probably a lovely home. It looks like despite that, a very small lot. Most of that lot, as was discussed earlier, is going to become a conservation easement. And most of that lot is a mix of marshy, not really usable property. So I do have some concerns as it relates to lot 4, and then also that it is an interior lot, which I think raises other issues. I just want to make sure that the commission is aware of those issues, that those are being addressed in the public hearing as well. As it relates to the water, I think that you've heard ad nauseum. I don't need to discuss further the issues there. There are substantial, beautiful old trees in that space. I hope that those will be at least accounted for on this. They talk a lot about it in the plans that I saw, about cutting when the actual, buildings are being built, which is wonderful. But each time you cut one of those trees, that's more water coming down the hill, right? This is substantial old forest that's here. And what looks like proposed tree line is going to cut out the vast majority of those woods. I think that was what I wanted to address, so I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you again, and thanks. That's all.
You got it. Thank you. Well said. Thank you for your comments. All right, Shannon, is anyone online that wishes to make a comment regarding this application?
We will check if anyone is called in regarding the 222 Talcott Notch application. Please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom. You'll be acknowledged to address the commission. Again, if anyone is called in, we do have a hand raised.
Okay.
A P Coin. You can go ahead and unmute your microphone and identify yourself with your name and property address for the commission, and please provide your comment. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Peter Coyne from 2 Northington Way. And I apologize. I think my wife is actually there in person, and I was picking our kids up from swimming. But first off, thank you again for your public service. And I think I did hear a couple people speak. I think it was Brian, Steve, and Jack spoke about the water, and Carrie may have spoken about it, but it's that the water just accelerates down Northington Way without the addition of 6 homes and a driveway feeding right into it. So I guess I haven't read the study, but I would love to read that study of how that water is going to be managed, because I think it most likely is going to run into the road and then probably impact all the folks who spoke on this call earlier. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I think
Hang on, I want to just check to see if anyone else, if there's any other hands raised or anyone else is interested in offering comment on 222 Talcott Notch. Please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom. Okay, there are no other hands raised. We do have. No, I don't have written correspondence on this. It's the other application. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So thank you, everyone that's here online. Thank you, commissioners. We need a motion and a
Well,
second.
Do you want to hear from the applicant to see if he's got anything? Well,
Yes,
just in case he had anything to share with
Sure,
respect to the
that's
comments
fair. Yep.
received.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to respond to some of the comments. I think stormwater management on this site is probably being scrutinized extremely. I think part of the reason that for the delay and for the changes are just because I think staff and my office are working together to ensure that we're not going to have negative impact on abutting properties. That's the number one goal for us when we design a project, and I think that's the number one goal for staff when they review a project. You know, we're trying to vet out every possible thing and avoid any negative impacts. So there's no attempt to drag this out. We don't love it. We don't love being here any more than I think anybody does. It's just part of the process, and sometimes applications need to get drawn out to vet out all the possible issues that might come up. And I like to think we've been responsive. Staff has been responsive. We've been working together, and we'll continue to do that and make sure that we present to you the best possible plan that we can. And that's what I think we're both trying to do. The storm drainage, I think there's some confusion. We're adding catch basins on our proposed driveway, but those catch basins, the majority of the site gets drained and collected into some sort of detention system. And the main system is located on lot number 6 that is being pointed to right now. This is a rather substantial detention basin. It's designed using conservative methodology, but there's another smaller basin to the north of that, and there are smaller basins on the individual lots. And this is all designed to contain a 100-year storm within these basins. And it's a very conservative approach, and there's additional boots and suspenders type of designs incorporated into this plan. And I can assure you that the staff is scrutinizing this. They understand the issues. We've talked about the drainage improvements along Talcott Notch Road. You know, we're very aware of what's going on here, and you know, we will not propose anything that will have a negative impact on abutting properties. That is, I've been in this business for a very long time, and that's something that we take very seriously. So our goal is to continue to address the latest set of comments and get them back to staff as quickly as possible. We're going to have a meeting just to vet out any small details. And again, this is just vetting out every possible detail, every possible issue to make sure that what you see and what you vote on is the best possible plan that we can present. As far as increasing pipe sizes, you know, again, the goal is to take this property and analyze how much water leaves it today prior to development, and then our design should actually release less than gets released today. So once this is developed, these detention basins will store water and release the water at a much slower basis, and less velocity and less a smaller volume. So the idea is to allow what's there to actually help what's there, what's in Talcott Notch Road and downstream, by storing as much possible water as we can on this property, and that's what our design is doing. Regarding traffic, I know that's a concern for everybody. I can tell you that the traffic counts for 6 residential homes is very light. It will not have a negative impact from a traffic perspective on Talcott Notch Road. The lot 4 seems to be kind of a point of contention. I would just like an opportunity to talk a little bit about what we're proposing and why. Lot 4 is proposed as an interior lot, and a part of the reason for that is the cul-de-sac location. If we decided to extend this cul-de-sac further up the hill, closer to the abutting properties, we could achieve the frontage that we need to call this a frontage lot. Or we could leave the cul-de-sac there, and we could eliminate the historic pool and the cabin on lot 5 and make lot 4 a frontage lot. So we're trying to find a happy medium where we can preserve some of the areas of the pond and the woodland, And also some of these, we consider historic features on lot 5, and that's the real goal. And that's the reason why lot 4 is an interior, proposed as an interior lot. And I know it complicates things a little bit, but we think that this proposal is better than the alternative. And the alternative would be to eliminate some of those conservation areas and to eliminate those structures that, if you haven't seen them, it'd be a shame to get rid of them, really. They're just they're beautiful pieces, and I think it'd be best to preserve them on lot 5, as is the house on lot 5. It's a gem. So lot 4 is something that the commission has to take a look at, and hopefully you'll take those things into consideration when you're considering whether it's a valuable to have it as an interior lot, or if you prefer to have it as a frontage lot. As far as the driveway, it is permitted to allow driveways within the side yard setbacks. Our driveway is just a little corner of it, kind of clips the side yard setback. You know, the house was permitted within the upland review area from wetlands. We're trying to maintain those limits. We don't want to move the house further away from that property line, because then we get closer to the wetlands. So we're trying to maintain what was permitted. We moved the house forward to get it further away from the abutting property owner. There may be a way to tweak it, but the other thing I want to point out is these homes are schematic. You know, everyone, when they comes to build a house, is going to have something a little different. This house may be a front load garage when they decide to build it, but we can, you know, if we need to put some buffer there along the edge of the driveway, some evergreens or something, we can try to protect the abutting property owner as much as possible. I think pretty much that covers the items that I wanted to talk about that kind of came up. Storm drainage is critical. We understand that. Your staff understands that. They do an amazing job. They're very thorough, and I promise you that we don't want to submit anything that's not going to work, and staff won't let us. They are on it, and they make sure that whatever comes before you has been vetted out and will work and function properly. So, and again, I want to clarify, we're proposing to continue the public hearing until the 31st. On the 31st, the commission will be forced to close that hearing. We won't be able to submit any more data at that point, any more maps, any more changes. And then the commission will have the opportunity to either vote on it that night, or I believe that you can then take some time to digest it and vote on it at a later date if you so desire. So that procedurally is the way that I see this moving forward. We are going to ask you to continue it tonight. We're going to meet with staff, and we're going to continue to fine tune this and bring back the best plan that we can. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments. I guess I'll just throw this out there. Have you considered doing a 5-lot subdivision rather than 6?
We really have not. Again, if the interior lot is the main contention, then you know, modification of lot 5 would be the next step.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we need a motion and second to continue till July 31st, please.
Yep. All right, I'll make a motion. Oh, just find it here. I'll make a motion to continue the application by Calco Construction for 6-lot subdivision at 222 Talcott Notch Road with waivers R80 zone, and continue that to the, what's the next meeting?
July 31st.
July 31st, 2023 meeting.
On second,
Second,
all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right, we are continuing.
Thank you for your time and consideration tonight.
Thank you. Okay.
Ready.
Oh, give it a minute. You need to, okay. Shannon, we're just gonna take a minute.
Take a break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, just so everyone understands online, there's going to be about a 5-minute recess.
Staying till the end? Come on.
Yeah.
Why not?
It's kind of entertaining. Right? It's interesting.
Oh, you can put it, you're good.
I can't wait. You know what? Yeah. It's nice to see you. Can't wait for some good coffee.
Bagels, sandwiches. Oh, nice. Yeah, Harvest Bakery is gonna do some drop offs.
Oh, stop it. Nice.
Trying to make it so everyone in town doesn't have to commute out of town.
Yep.
Keep it all local.
Good.
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome. How's your dad?
That's doing good.
Okay.
Honey-do list. He's bored.
Every once in a while, there's a story and I'm like,
Yeah. All the old
What did you
parts.
do? Yeah. Yeah.
Why'd you go to the hardware store so many times a day?
no, or like, you know,
Yeah.
like, it's noon. Like, where were you?
My dad owned Parsons Hardware. There was a little back room shop bottle that the town took advantage of. Got out of the house.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then my favorite is I remember whenever we moved in, like before, whatever it was, but we never had to pay. I'm like, for years, we would put on Chris's father's little card system.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right.
So he finally is like, okay, you guys are done. Or I would go in and Chris is like, yeah, no, just put them under St. James. And
Yeah.
my father-in-law would pay.
Or like a screwed, like just come back and all
Yeah. It was so convenient.
It was.
Yeah.
Honestly, when I bought my house, I was like, I wish I did. Like, I wish I took some pools. Right. Cause now I have to buy all new stuff.
Right. We're sort of moving.
I'm still working. But
Listen, man.
quit drinking and everything. Really? Hit a year sober.
I know.
Like changing process. Yeah. Instead of like drinking till 5 in the morning every night. I gotta wake up for 5 in the morning. It's good. It's good. We got married years ago. Good for you. That's the Highlands. Okay. Yeah. And now you start the coffee blaze and yeah, I'll do a thing. Always been good. 62. 7 minutes on the weekends.
And you said usually Friday, is it
Yeah, like-
next Friday?
Uh,
Monday?
no, well,
Like, what?
You know exactly what it is. So we just got.
Right?
Okay.
No, right? Plus the working sessions. So,
yes, right.
How long? And I was like, this whole brand and like 24 seconds.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sandy. you're like-
There are a couple of. Make sure that gets converted on.
We just want to get. We're like.
where is the secretary?
I think he was trying to find a bathroom.
Oh, really?
Yes. One.
Fine when it's rain.
It's,
Is that?
my daughter lives in Boston and it's pretty normal now to go to a bathroom in co-ed.
Yeah.
But the first time you go in and you're like,
Oh,
yeah,
hello.
yeah, so everything is stalled.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right,
When did your kids?
Met the owners of.
2015 and 2020, right? Yeah.
Okay. So
So it has.
yours were around,
An alignment.
because my son graduated in
I can bring up the aerial.
just did his freshman.
Okay,
He went to Avon.
got it. Okay, yep, so.
Correct.
Okay.
So, right.
And then my daughter was
Right, I'm fine.
Correct.
18.
Correct.
Right? Yeah, because she graduated last year.
All the
Mhm.
points exactly. So
18 to
we
22.
want
There we go.
Lined up correctly,
Yeah.
right? So it makes it really.
Is it warm here or is it just?
It's much warmer in here.
It's
It's not usually this warm.
Is the AC out?
Bring it staggered and it's not far enough apart.
Is it just the number of people? I don't know.
It's usually cold.
They don't keep it out. Hours a day.
Okay.
Right.
I want to start a petition.
Yeah, at our work session.
I was thinking like bartending thing.
It was,
To
yeah.
it.
We're good.
I don't think it is.
I can't believe it.
I was gonna say down there, like, where it's-
Don't get-
What is it?
Scott's.
Oh, it's working perfectly.
You're
It's
going
it's all going according to plan.
to Italy. I'm just going to California.
All right.
So Scott, is it time for us to go?
Huh? Yeah.
I was looking, I was like, oh, I can.
Right.
I'm missing the next meeting. Oh, yeah, always things that were pushing off. I'm like, oh, well.
Yeah.
Oh,
High school.
It's gonna be
This
awesome.
one. High school,
I guess
this
wait,
one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
looking good.
We're on a couple-
Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you. And then Bobby, I hope they're here.
August, all right, is it- although we're coming to the work sessions.
Oh, and, oh, yeah.
Which are they?
Yes. All right.
They're all, yeah, because I'm gonna miss a couple of those.
All right.
I got really good at it.
You're gonna miss all of them.
I think we all do.
We're good.
You can always call that.
Oh, I forgot how to.
I think so.
No cell service over
We're
there?
gonna be in Europe, so like a 6 hour time difference. I make it up.
That's rough.
All right.
We're gonna be tonight.
Yeah, you would be after dinner, right? See, I would be,
I don't know.
I would be before dinner.
Geez, if it starts at 6 here, it starts at midnight there.
I know.
Probably gonna happen anyway.
Yeah, I know. I tried, I attempted, I missed.
Thank you for
Thank you.
coming in.
Thank you. All right, we're good? All right.
I guess, sure.
I know.
You're telling me breaks over?
Break is
Break's
over.
over.
All right.
All right, let me interest. Okay, there's the plan and I've got Biff.
All right. So I can,
We can we
okay,
can
awesome. All right.
unrenewed.
So, all right, everyone, the next item in front of us is from Farmington Land Trust. It's an application for special permit and site plan approval to create crushed stone parking area in right-of-way of scenic roadway and make trail improvements on lot 9528 Mountain Spring Road, R80 zone. And who do we have?
Hi, I'm Biff Scheckinger. I'm a landscape architect in the state of Connecticut. I'm representing the Farmington Land Trust. And this
Excellent.
person, and good evening to all the commissioners.
Good evening. Thank you for waiting.
Now, we're proposing, as you see, 100 to replace 112 linear feet of curb there with a mountable 4-inch Cape Cod curb for safety reasons. And it's also to put trap rock as a for 4 spaces, amply sized, because we worry about cars pulled over. But I want to address something up front, and then we have addressed and talked to the neighbors about this, especially across the street. And I know traffic's a big issue and a concern. I have to say, in general, this doesn't change that. People park there now and they create erosion because they're ripping up the ground there. There's nothing, and they have to stop in the road and slowly ease over a 6-inch curb. We think these, hopefully by defining 4 spaces, having the mountable curb, that this actually makes it a little safer and accommodates a specific number of people, so there won't be extra parking on and such, because it's fit in pretty well. If you consider, we only have 965 square feet of broken stone there, and the trail for about 65 feet, because it's an abrupt grade there. We thought we'd take some trap rock and go up for 224 square feet of that, going up till we get to a hemlock tree. Now, if you look at the criteria to judge a proposal in the scenic corridor, I think this fits the bill more than adequately. Like I say, people park there already, so we're hoping these improvements will mitigate traffic congestion there, because people have to wait to get over that curb. It's hard to get in and out there because it is a boggy site. But if you look at the criteria, we have wetlands approval. It's all in the upland review area. We remove no stone walls or disturbed stone walls. We remove no trees. We disturb no significant vegetation. Let's see what else. There's no wetlands disturbance. The shoulder grade is not substantively changed. It's at grade pretty much. The drainage pattern stays the same. It gets shifted down to the south and into the drainage corridor there that then crosses the stream with the culvert. And as I say, the improvements actually rectify a situation that already exists. People do park there. They're eroding the site every time it's marginally moist, and unfortunately, this is a banner year for marginally moist. And we do sympathize with the situation of the neighbors. Maybe there's another way to do it with either traffic review by the police or some more signage. But we believe if we define the spaces, that people will park in those spaces, especially given there's not too much room around that without going downhill and into a boggy area. And the curb eliminates people stopping dead still to crawl over a 6-inch curb. That being said, I open it up to you for any questions. And then, I'm sure Shannon will read into the record the letters from the neighbors
Yes.
regarding this.
Thank you. Yes, we will do the commission questions now. We will read the letters and then if we will take public comment, excuse me. So thank you for the review or overview. And Mike, let's start with you. Questions for the applicant.
Shannon, can you just pull up where this is on the?
From the GIS,
Yeah.
certainly. We'll see how well my driving skills go right now.
By the way, hey, thanks Shannon for driving the visual machine here.
That's right.
Not easy job. It looks easy, but it isn't.
No, it's not, and Shannon's not doing a great job. There we go.
There it is. Yeah,
So,
there's the, yeah.
to zoom out a bit. Sorry, now it's not going to regenerate. Oh,
That's how I feel right now. I'm not going to regenerate. This goes much longer.
Biff, you have no idea.
Jill's on the other side going, when are you coming in for dinner?
All right, so this is the property with this little foot, if you will, carved out of it is 9528. I turn the stormwater off for now. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit just so folks have a perspective, maybe, of where we are. So it's about, darn it, it's about 2/3 of the way up Mountain Spring Road, roughly.
And
Sorry.
it seems pretty straight in that portion of.
It is, so site distance was one of the things that we reviewed with Russ Arnold, and it's also why, one of many reasons why it went to the traffic review board for discussion. So yeah, that traffic review board memo was included in the documents that were posted.
And could you just show how far off the road this is? Or is it right along the road?
It's literally abutting the curb.
On the curb edge,
Okay.
correct. So
Okay.
this is, so when you look at, so you can see the curb edge
Yeah.
on the west side and the catch basin. The curb edge is still right there. So it's right off the edge of the curb.
Okay.
Mr. Sear and I have walked it with them. And it is a open-ish area.
Mhm.
Now, I would say I would agree with Mr. Scheckinger's comments that it's not going to impact tree removal or stone wall removal. I believe trees are going to have to be trimmed from just a sight line and pulled back a little bit.
Okay. I know some of the one of the comments was people already park here. How often do people use this?
I don't know. You ask them, I don't know if anyone in the land trust has a more accurate answer. It does get used. There's plenty of evidence that it does get used. I just don't personally see many cars there in the course of the day, but I don't know. Does anybody online have information on that? There's some land trust people there.
I'm a member of the board and have been working on the project. This is not a major traffic generator. It only gets used occasionally. Further down on Mountain Spring Road, we have the nature trail, Mountain Spring Nature Trail, which has a paved parking area. Again, it's only being used occasionally. So this is not going to be any significant traffic generator. What's going to happen here is the site becomes safer to use. And I think in terms of aesthetics, we'll be staring at all these tire tracks. When people get stuck in the mud, they'll have solid ground to park in. And see here, this is the other issue is cars don't want to commit to that grassy area. So they're actually impinging on the travel lane on Mountain Spring Road. And so cars have to veer into the opposite direction to continue around. So it'll make for a safer situation for motorists to have the cars fully off Mountain Spring Road because there is no shoulder.
Okay. I mean, while I certainly understand that, if it's something that doesn't get used, I guess I question why we would do this, but
Okay.
I'm
That's.
sure we'll hear from neighbors.
Sure. Okay, thank you, Mike. Patrick.
Yeah, I see that you have the 20 by 10-foot parking spaces.
Yes.
Are those going to be defined? I know the length is going to equal that, but like, are they going to be defined in some way, paint or something? I mean, I know that won't work on stone.
We could. I don't see, right, Peter? I don't see a reason we couldn't.
Yeah, more of a question, I guess,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess maybe this is just depicting the math of it. I was just wondering if that's something you guys were doing, like on the curb itself,
Yeah, I guess my reaction, I'm sure there's a need for it, just because we're really only talking about 4 spaces.
Right. Okay, no, that's it. That was just a curiosity question. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. All right, Scott.
I don't have any questions at this point.
All
I'm
right,
good.
Liz.
No questions. This just kind of reminds me of the Farmington Memorial Forest on Plainville Avenue theirs is a wider area to pull off the road, but it does have a curb cut. But they don't have, it's been a while. I think they just have dirt. It's not any sort of
Okay.
gravel. So
Thank you.
But we-
Go ahead.
But we just felt obviously it's a damp, there's high groundwater, it's a damp site, so that hence the need for the trap rock.
Okay.
makes lots of sense.
Matt.
Yeah, just 2 for me. So I know people park there now. Are people actually allowed to park there now? Is it legal to park there now, or is it illegal to park there now?
It's part of the town right away.
It's part, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So is the parking area that you're proposing wide enough to fully take those cars off of the road and be, essentially off the road versus now where they're sort of hanging both on and off the road?
Yes, that's 10 feet plus the 9 inches or 12 inches of the width of the curb. That's 11 feet. A standard parking space is 9 by 18. These are 20 by, 20 by 11. If you count the curbing, the curbing's an inch, so it's about a foot wide.
Okay, thank you. No additional questions.
Okay. Matthew.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, and Bobby.
No questions for me.
Okay, I reviewed the application. I was surprised to hear the comments from the neighbors. And then, I was thinking about the space and one of the reasons why I enjoy living in town is the fact that about 1/3 of our town is open space. I love that. What is, and I hate to say it this way, but what is so special about this trail and how big is it? So people would park for the day, couple hours, 10 minutes. I'm sorry to be ignorant, but what's there?
The trail's actually an old historical colonial road. It was the original road connection between Hartford and Farmington before we had rock cuts at Route 6 and Route 4 and other places. So it has historical value, which we're trying to maintain. I should know the length of it, but it's in the order of maybe a half a mile. It does not go, the actual right-of-way actually goes all the way up to Metacomet Road. But we decided to just have the trail itself go up to a vernal pond, which makes for a nice destination. And there's a loop trail, a lollipop there to give you views of that pond. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's about, I had checked, up to the bridge is about 1/3 of a mile.
Yeah, so I think total maybe around a half a mile at the most.
I can do in what?
Oh, he's done. No, okay.
And it's a beautiful area. It's not uncommon when I'm hiking up there, doing trail work, I will see deer, sometimes a flock of deer.
And the reason, oh, sorry.
No,
I
sir.
apologize. So the reason, I just want to make this right in my head. Don't laugh, everyone, but so the reason for this application is that, so we have this special piece of land and people park here, possibly deteriorate or park incorrectly, create a safety hazard. So the land trust decided to approach us with this application. That's what I'm hearing, or?
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay. And how well marked is it when you enter the trail? So one of the concerns I read was, trespassing, I guess, concern that people may get lost or something and go on other, on private property. How well is it marked, please?
There is a sign at the very beginning noting that it's the Clatter Valley Road property. We have trail rules, a sign with trail rules at the beginning. And every so often, you will see white blazes on the trees that we've nailed up. So the trail is very well marked. It would be hard to get lost.
Yeah. And with the addition of the gravel
to improve it.
Yeah, with the gravel entry now going up towards the hemlock tree too, it should be very obvious now where the beginning of the trail is to get you up into the system that's marked with the blazes.
Okay. I need to explore it, I guess. So maintenance wise, I know it's, we're talking about crushed stone. So I guess we're not plowing it, but like does the town maintain this? Like, or what happens with this, Shannon?
I believe it's being put in for the benefit of Farmington Land Trust. They would maintain it. I will have snow removal. It's in the town right away. I don't know that, I think the intent would be is that they would be maintaining this.
Okay.
That's for their benefit.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to hear that. Okay. Thank you. So those are the only questions I have. Commissioners, do you have any quick questions? No, we're good. All right, let's turn it over to the public. If anyone wishes to speak regarding this application, come on up. Thank you for waiting. We really appreciate it. Of course.
I was going to thank you first, but I know it's late and we'd all rather be somewhere else. My name is Martin Pisani. I live at 99 Mountain Spring. My driveway is the closest to the lot being proposed. And I'm also here representing my neighbor, Gary Desai at 111, who's the other house on the other side. You have both of our letters, I believe. Have you read them or shall I read them?
You can read them into the record, but yes, we received.
I want to read Gary's first because it relates to mine. Gary sent this to you today, this afternoon. My name is Gary Desai. I reside at 111 Mountain Spring for 10 years. I'm also a friend and donor to the Land Trust. I value the Land Trust and all it does for our community. I would, however, like to voice my objection to the development of a parking area on Mountain Spring Road by the Land Trust. I live less than 20 yards from the trailhead. The addition of the trail has brought strangers to my property on several occasions, even driving all the way down my driveway while my 3 young children are playing outside. I think that's the trespassing issue that has been related to. It's not the trail, it's the people after or before the trail. I even have one visitor use my entire U-shaped driveway to turn around. I feel the addition of parking space will encourage even more strangers to stop by the trail and further trespass on my property and jeopardize the safety of my family and neighbors. By the way, let me add here at this point, it is a very, very rarely used trail. I literally probably have walked up it over 25 years more than any other human being. And I can tell you, I've never encountered another person in 25 years on that trail. The number of times a car parks there, maybe once a month, and that's photo there, totally staged. Cars do not park that way. That's their cars for effect. So cars pull off the road very occasionally. Now, what they also do, and I'll get to that in a second, they do K-turns in Gary's driveway and in my driveway because it's an impossible little space to leave a car. And what the addition of a little lot is going to do is it's going to encourage more people to do that and more K-turns either on the street or on our driveway. And that's our principal objection. I should point out, we do basically support the land trust. We want to do something here because we love the history of the Clatter Valley Road, but we just think this parking lot is very ill-advised. So additionally, the parking space is going to further encourage people to make illegal U-turns in the street and to use mine and my neighbor's properties to turn around in. And also when no one is visible at night to go further down our driveways, including intruding on our property and safety. In speaking to your representative of the land trust, and I believe one of those guys is the guy we're referring to here, he said the public has the right to use our driveways. That is absolutely not true. It's private property. They don't have the right to turn around in our driveway. This concept can make private residents like myself liable for injury that could occur as a result of the public using our driveways. Finally, the proposed parking space will take a natural and scenic road and degrade its natural beauty and surely impact its appearance of what is a famous scenic road. The scenic road and designation is something the entire community of Farmington values to have in town. Some of you may recur how strongly the neighbors reacted to the Wand property development that was there. They're going to put drainage ponds right where this is being proposed, and we all rallied against that because it is in fact a scenic road. I value the land trust greatly, but we're making a public park in a residential neighborhood. The area is going to be enjoyed mostly by outsiders at the cost of my families, my neighbors, and Farmington taxpayer safety and security. I respectfully request this application is denied by the commission due to its negative impact on families living in the immediate vicinity and beyond. Gary Desai, 111 Mountain Spring Road. So I completely agree with Gary. Every word he wrote, I would have written myself had I had more time. And I did write a letter. I dropped it off last week. Essentially the same points. Again, we support the land trust. I would love to somehow be involved in developing that trail, but I think this parking lot is ill-advised. I guess I have to ask whoever's designed it and you guys, why it can't be a pull off the road, a little one driveway thing that goes into the woods where people can turn around in the parking lot, because this is going to encourage K-turns in the road or the use of our driveways to turn around more than ever before. And I will tell you, as you can see in my letter, my driveway in particular is already plagued by continuous turnarounds in the middle of the night. People come for some reason, they come down that hill and they think my driveway is a road and they take a left turn into my driveway. It's never ending. And I can show you, because of this, I've installed 9 video cams and I can show you this almost every day. Someone comes down my driveway, does a turnaround or a K-turn. It's really kind of annoying. And this is only going to make that worse. In fact, one of these turnarounds wound up being a burglary on June 13th, 2018. We had a burglary. Someone drove down the house and pushed the window in. It's on the Farmington police record. And since then, I'm very skittish about strangers coming down the driveway and very skittish about people who park and slow down right outside in this spot. So again, I would love to find a way to work with the land trust and develop an alternative parking scenario that maybe is a real lot that pulls off the road, not one that is on the street that's just going to provoke further K-turns in our driveways. So that's our principal issue. We would love to do something. We love the idea of Clatter Valley Road. It's historic, it's wonderful. And but this lot is not the answer. And I respectfully want to amend my letter to include the fact that I don't support it as is. And I'd like to have an alternative proposal, or at least more time to think about how to do this a better way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming in. All right, this is a public hearing. Shannon, is there anyone else online that's here to comment on this application?
If anyone else is called in regarding the Clatter Valley Road parking area put forth by the Farmington Land Trust, please raise your hand. And using the feature in Zoom, you'll be acknowledged to address the commission. Again, if anyone else is called in regarding the Farmington Land Trust application for the parking area for the Clatter Valley Road Trail, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom. Madam Chair, there's no other hands raised, but we did have, Kate Grady Benson. Go ahead and address the commission.
Oh, okay, great.
Hello, I am Kate Grady Benson. I am the Executive Director of the Farmington Land Trust. And I am actually speaking on behalf as a resident in Farmington. And I live at 32 Mountain Road in Farmington. I would suggest that this development of a small lot for parking for this trail was well thought out. The trail itself, as has been mentioned, is, you know, a treasure for the town and for the region, and does deserve to be shared with the greater population, not just the neighbors. And I appreciate that that the neighbors are having issues with people pulling into their driveways to turn around for various reasons. And it doesn't sound like it's necessarily for the Clatter Valley Road, but because of the location of the driveways. You know, certainly we would love to be working with you in making something that works. But also one of our, you know, primary goals is to, you know, allow the public to have access to nature, and this road, this Clatter Valley Road, is one area that we felt was a potential for that. And so the development of the trail and the blazing of the trail by a small committee ensued, and we're hoping that that is something that more people than just neighbors could enjoy, but we want to do it respectfully. And you know, we thank you for your comments around the issues around the area, but also would suggest that this is something that will benefit the whole town as well as the region. We're not hoping for large numbers of people to come to this. This is a very small trail, as you could hear, you know, Shannon's measurements of the trail. It's not a long trail, and it doesn't connect up with Metacomet Road. So there won't be a large number of people coming to it, but it is a beautiful trail. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it, Shannon.
I'll just check one more time. If anyone else has called in to offer comment regarding this application, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom. Okay, Madam Chair, nope, there's another hand.
Okay.
Hand raised. We got a hand raised. Jim Fetterman.
Yes, hi, I'm at 85 Prattley Pond Road, and I was just curious from the land trust perspective, how are you going to improve the trail at all? I mean, this is not 100% relevant to the parking lot, but obviously if it's a more attractive trail, it will draw more people. So beyond the crushed stone beginning, is there any plans to widen the path? Or, you know, I heard about the lollipop design around the vernal pool up here. So I'm just curious about the plans to improve the trail.
I can respond to that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. The maintenance what you see is what it will be, with one major exception. We went to inland wetlands to get permission. I'm not sure what the correct terminology is, to put in a bridge in a gully to make it easier for people to access the trail further up. But beyond that, it's going to be basic maintenance, brushing the trail, making sure the blazes are in place. But it will remain as a very simple hiking trail.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are you able to respond to the person that's here, the resident that's here, that has a suggestion on changing?
I could. I quickly looked at a suggestion. If we did it, just to give you an example, half of the area that we're showing as trap rock for 4 parking spaces, half of that area would be required just for the entry access egress pavement before you got to the 4 parking spaces and the driveway serving them and a turnaround hammerhead or something. So I can't imagine there'd be 4 times more rock easily. Not to mention now we're cutting into a hillside, we're on a wetland edge, we got a stone wall there. It would violate all the preservation criteria that this so elegantly and simply complies with for the scenic road criteria. So I understand, yeah, it'd be great to have it so it's totally off and on. But again, for that much disturbance for what they're saying is only a car they see once every week or two. This is a much more elegant and simple way of adding maybe a little more attraction and a safer way to exit and to access an area off the road without having to stop full dead and then sneak over a 6-inch curve. This is a much saner thing, and it also keeps the erosion from occurring that occurs already with cars going up on there with the high groundwater and and the wet conditions we have and that are endemic to the grading contour on the grade signature on that section of the slope there. And again, we don't want to cut into the slope because we'll have high groundwater. We don't. So at grade parking is the only sensible and elegant way to deal with this without violating any of the other preservation criteria for scenic roads.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, are you satisfied with the information you have?
May I ask one more
Sure,
question?
yeah.
I had forgotten that this is a scenic road designated scenic road. And what are their requirements for that would affect this? And Biff just said that this is a way to preserve. So I guess, how does a parking area and a scenic road, how do they mesh? I mean, is there a parameters? What can we put in a scenic road? I forgot.
Asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know who you're asking.
I'm sorry, I don't know. The great knowledgeable being that I'm,
For the TV screen.
yeah.
Well, I went through Peter Darpale, and I went through the criteria, and most of these alterations don't apply to this parking area. I do see that by putting in this stone parking area, we're eliminating an eyesore, which is these tire tracks in the muddy area. So if anything, I think the aesthetics could be improved by having the stone driveway or parking area. Plus, it just increases the safety along Mountain Spring Road.
Area.
Transfers the tire track from my joint.
It's 150. I think it's 151.
Thank you, Beth.
Yeah. Oh, how about that? Hey, even a blind squirrel finds nuts once in a while.
Fabulous. Okay, so up on the screen is the town road scenic road or town ordinance for the scenic roads.
Okay.
So the first section is the findings why the town enacted the scenic road ordinance to begin with.
Mhm.
There's the authority, which is designated to the Town Plan and Zoning Commission, which is why this is before you this evening. Designated criteria, no highway or portion of the highway shall be designated as scenic road if the abutting property contains a dense of commercial traffic, which it does not. Find at least one of the following criteria. This is to designate it as a scenic road. Procedures for designations. Rescission and appeal, application for alterations. Preservation objective, routine maintenance and sorry, I've got other Zoom things in the way, sorry. Routine maintenance and regulation of future alterations and improvements of designated highways shall be carried out so as to preserve the highest degree possible of scenic characteristics of the highway, which are indicated in the records. Hearing and decision responsibility, it comes towards the commission for alteration and improvement of designated roadway determined by the TPZ. Any proposal for alteration or improvement, public or private, shall be submitted to TPZ. Routine maintenance. So it talks about trimming, right? We've had trees come through. Natural disasters, standards for alterations when contemplating alterations. For scenic and common convenience, including without limitation, safety for fire and police, the following procedures are to be considered. Review of a map, public hearing, design, decision-making process that reviews not only safety features, but also takes into account overall impacts of possible change of the scenic road. And the final decision shall reflect least damage to the character of scenic road. If stone walls or portion thereof must be removed, town should be make the greatest effort to ensure they are rebuilt along untraveled portions. Goes on to talk about alterations, and this is speed limits, curves, grades, widths. That's actually if we're altering the geometry of the scenic road itself. Which this does
In the
not.
shoulder, which we're not.
This does not alter the geometry of the road. So, and just for review, with respect to the question about another location, just, I know most commission members are familiar, not everyone is, so each of the dashed lines that you're seeing coming up through this plan is a contour. I believe these are 1 foot contours. Is that correct, Biff?
Oh, I believe they might be, yes.
Okay. So these are, that's, I guess, a liberal. So they'd be, if these are all 1 foot contours, then the edge of road as you're coming up, in order to bring a parking facility up, there's a 4 foot, 1, 2, 3, 4 foot elevation difference from the edge of road in order to move a portion of the parking off road. So
Not to
there would
mention
be
the stone wall.
tree removal, the stone wall would have to be reconfigured.
Yeah.
And we
and
will be
some
crossing
type of
private property.
I know, yes, thank you. So there's other, it becomes inherently a larger project. It's not level all the way across. So then there's tree removal and other things that come into play.
Okay, thank
Right.
you. That I just couldn't remember the technical issues about a scenic road. Okay, thank you very much. Answer my question.
All right, commissioners.
And if
Yes,
I've got
yes,
one.
go ahead. Yeah, please.
So, and I apologize if I missed this, but just a lot of commentary about, maybe 1 or 2 cars a month. So I was curious why 4 parking spaces? Why not 3 or 2 or even 1? Is that something the land trust would think about reducing the number of spaces as it exists in the current application?
Peter Arpale, I can respond to that. Well, we do have work parties where we have four people. We anticipate that from time to time, there'll be a Boy Scout troop or a Girl Scout troop that will want to take advantage of the trail or some other land trust function. So, that's the amount of space that we have now, and we really hate to lose it. Go to something smaller, particularly since it's such a wet area.
So is it fair to say that's sort of, you're just trying to use your maximum amount of space for cars?
But it's a reasonable amount of space.
Got it. Great, thank you.
There is another written correspondence.
Oh, okay, sure.
I need into the record. So
And-
just one other email did come in.
All right.
From a Beck Wyston. No email address was, or no property address was given. It's expressing concerns that he would like read aloud to the board for the application for Mountain Spring Road for parking area in the scenic roadway. Support the organization. The proposed plan for 4 parking spots is too big. Our officially designated scenic road is known for its beauty, where even some of my neighbors are restricted from cutting down trees in front of their properties. Therefore, I'm troubled by the possibility of approving 112 feet of Cape Cod curbing in a gravel parking lot in this area. The idea of having 4 cars parked on the side of the road does not align with the nature of the surroundings and is not fair to neighboring homes. I ask you to consider approving a smaller parking area with just 2 spots instead. I believe that 4 parking spots is excessive and would negatively impact the aesthetic appeal of the area. By reducing the size, we can strike a better balance between accommodating limited parking needs and preserving scenic quality. Signed by the Beck Wyston and family.
Okay, thank you. All right, commissioners, before we do, I close the public hearing, do we have enough information to decide?
I have one more question.
Yeah, go for it.
So the trap rock, is it like a Tilcon blue trap rock, or what type of trap rock are you
Yeah,
using?
that's what we envisioned.
And is it, so I'm not that familiar with exactly how it looks out there. Like, does that fit in with the surrounding, or is it, like, I know there's other types of trap rock that are, a different color that might blend in with the surrounding. Does that blend in? Is that what you've found to be something that, or the product that blends in the best?
And I'm surprised it's most commonly used too around the area for these type of parking, seasonal parking without a full pavement, protocol required.
Right. And I understand that. But what I'm saying is like,
Well, it's native rock. It's taken from the hillside. Basically, the seam of that rock is the rock that Tilcon processes it out of. So it's consistent with native this superficial geology of the area.
right. Yeah. So that's my question, right? So, trap rock, the definition of trap rock is just crushed rock. It could be red. It could be, all kinds of different colors. So basically the hills and the rocks in that area, that's what blends in the most. That's the answer to my question, I guess.
Because that's the superficial geology for this hillside.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I've got another hand raised if you're interested in entertaining additional comment.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
We're almost done.
Colleen, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm Colleen Pisani. I'm Martin's wife at 99 Mountain Spring Road. As I've been listening to this conversation, I think the only thing I'd like to point out is that this trail hasn't been signed or marked for very long. Everyone's talking about it as though we have a long experience with the number of cars that would be parked there. I'm not sure whether the Farmington Land Trust can address when the sign went up. And when any kind of publicity has gone out relative to the trail even being there. So I don't think we have too much experience with exactly how many people are going to be using it and parking there. So that would be the only thing I'd raise.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I can respond to that. Peter R. Palin. I would use the example of the Mountain Spring Nature Trail further down on Mountain Spring Road, which has a much larger parking area, and it's been in existence for some time. It's well marked, has a nice scenic lookout at the top, and it is only used occasionally. I just don't anticipate that there would be this trail would become a significant trail like some of the through trails that we have in Farmington. It will just get occasional use. And I'm basing that on the experience with the Mountain Spring Nature Trail and my experience with other trails in Connecticut. I do a lot of trail work for Connecticut Forest and Park.
Is that trail up the road? Is it do you have parking spaces with gravel similar to what you're proposing?
The Mountain Spring Nature Trail has a paved area.
Oh, paved. Okay, missed
Yeah.
that. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we want a paved area, but okay.
Yeah, we're trying to leave it more natural.
Right. Mike, you had a question, I feel like, or no? We're not. You're okay.
That's it.
Okay. All right. Shannon, we're good with comments, right? I think.
I have no other raised hands and all the written correspondence because Mr. Pisani's, when he was speaking, I had up on the screen, and I believe, unless Mr. Pisani, you want yours read into the record verbatim.
Yep.
That's at the commission's discretion.
You're okay? Les? Yeah.
My question really is, someone has to answer the behavioral aspect of this. How do they expect people are going to turn around in reverse direction? They're going to be doing a K-turn in the middle of a road that I'm sure, I know you did a traffic study, but it's not 30 miles per hour there. I cross that road to get the mail every day. It's 50 past that spot. So whatever your calculations on sight lines tell you, it's shorter than you think. So there's going to be people doing K-turns in the middle of the street to reverse direction from a parking lot that is adjacent to the road. And if not then, it's going to be my driveway or the Desai driveway. So you're transferring the tire tracks that really aren't important to my front lawn, which is, a problem for me. So I would love to have a solution, but I don't want to be Gary and I just don't want to be the people who bear the K-turns in our driveway. And being the people who see this area the most, I can tell you it doesn't make any sense to have people pull over and then when they want to turn around, there's no place to do it except the middle of the road.
Do you, not to solve, it sounds like an existing problem, but you have signage that says private property or no trespassing?
I do. It doesn't seem to work. So the next step is we're going to put up gates and I really don't want to do that. And I don't, but it doesn't work.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, commissioners, are we comfortable? We have enough information? I can close the public hearing?
Madam Chair, Mr. Pisani did ask that his letter be read into.
Oh, yeah, I did hear that and I talked right over
Sorry.
it. Sorry, thank you. Go ahead.
And a member of the applicant raised his hand to offer further comment. Again, it's at your discretion at this
Yes,
point.
yep,
So,
let's finish it up.
Dear Plan and Zoning Commission, I'm writing in regard to the proposed parking area for Clatter Valley Road Trail and Mountain Spring Road. My property at 99 Mountain Spring is the closest to the trailhead in that proposed parking area. While in general, we are in full support of the project and the Land Trust's stated mission to protect open space and perpetuity, I do have questions, concerns, and comments. I'd like to know what signage is being considered and specifically if it will mention respecting private property and not to use my driveway as a turnaround, and the same for my neighbor at 111 Mountain Spring Road. This is already an ongoing issue with my driveway. Something about it gives the impression it is a public side road, and despite no trespassing signage, we are plagued with continual, often middle of the night, stray cars who often do a K-turn on the grass when they realize it's not a road. Despite the marked 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, having dodged cars to get to my mailbox for 25 years, I can assure you that the speed at this point on the road is closer to 50 on average, especially for cars coming downhill traveling in a northerly direction. My concern here is that pedestrians exiting cars and the cars themselves are vulnerable, and that the sightlines, particularly on the downhill, are short given the real speed of travel past this location. I'm not in favor of speed bumps on the road, but I would like to ask if consideration was given for an alternate plan, a small lot farther in the woods with only small entry exit onto Mountain Spring Road instead of these 4 spaces parallel to the road itself. I'm aware of the property lines and wetlands issue. However, it would seem doable and significantly safer and less intrusive. This would also alleviate the potential for frequent and highly likely use of driveway turnarounds or even worse, dangerous K-turns on the street. The area is a bear traffic corridor. My game cams and motion detectors record significant bear activity up and down my driveway and into Clatter Valley Road parcel. Signage similar to the bear notices at the nearby West Hartford Reservoir might be helpful, possibly even a bear crossing sign like the one that was just installed on Route 4 near Talcott Notch Old Mountain Road intersection. As an avid hiker and author of best-selling book about hiking, I would be more than happy to participate in trail maintenance activities, the bridge building project, and the adoptive parcel program if that is at all helpful. Thank you for your consideration of the above matters, making this a successful and rewarding project for all. Sincerely, Martin Pisani, 99 Mountain Spring Road, Farmington.
Okay, thank you. And then you said the applicant.
There was a hand raised. There is a hand raised. Peter, do you have additional comment to share?
Yeah, I mean, one suggestion would be we could put up a sign that prohibits U-turns as well as prohibiting turns in adjacent parking in adjacent driveways.
And if I'm right, Peter, don't we have a sign there that says that the thing is closed from dusk to dawn?
Yeah, we have that too, yeah.
That's already existing.
You're proposing additional
And
signage.
it also has no motorized vehicles, only foot traffic.
You have that already?
That, yeah, that's on a tree, a list of rules for the trail.
Okay. Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for your comments. So at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing portion of the meeting. Thank you, everyone, for your input.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Have a good
And-
evening.
Thank you.
Okay. Not even, right?
Excuse me?
We're gonna talk about this now, right?
It's it's
Yeah.
completely up to the commission. Yes.
Are we good to vote on this matter today? You need to postpone it till next time?
No, I don't.
We're good? All right, so we need a motion and a second, and then we can have a discussion, please.
My turn.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to make a, make a motion to approve the application for a special permit by the Farmington Land Trust for a special permit and site plan approval to create crushed stone parking area in right-of-way of scenic roadway and make trail improvements on lot 9528 Mountain Spring Road in an R80 zone.
A second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. Matthew and Bobby, once the meeting is closed, you unfortunately cannot participate. Okay, thank you. So, all right. Discussion. Yeah, go for it.
I always struggle to hopefully be coherent at 10:15 at night here after 3 hours of the meeting, but you know, for me, I'm thinking about it, cars already parked there today, right? Is it 1 or 2 cars a month? Do we need it to be 4 spaces now, which sounds like an increased use? Again, 1, 2, 3, or 4 is that really a big difference? It is a scenic road, so is 56 feet versus 112 feet a noticeable difference for this commission? Again, I always think about farmers striking a balance between the 1/3 of open land that we have in town versus residential and commercial. And I think we always try to work on this sort of balance here as best we can. So for me, I was thinking, well, if cars are already parking there anyway, to take that 1 or 2 off the road a little bit, clean it up with the stone to make it a little safe, because I drove there today and I certainly can see that, like we saw with the Route 6, like people don't want to drive all the way up or all the way down. They want to turn around as fast as possible. Again, the 4 spots, does that really increase the use versus just keep it the same, cleaned up, and again, a little bit more safe for that road because those cars are off the road versus kind of hanging over. So, you know, I like the 4, but I think for me, for a condition, just cut it in half. That's right. That's why
It's 6, right? It's 6, isn't it?
it's 4
4 is-
today. And
That suggestion is maybe do.
so I thought, is there a balance here where we're not really expanding the use as much? It's only 2 cars sort of at a time. Obviously, more cars can park anywhere on that road today, right? Because, and that's what we heard today with the right of use. So I was just thinking that sort of balance is what I was trying to kind of go through in my head. So
Thank you.
that's just my thoughts.
How about you, Liz?
Well, I like the idea of, as Matt said, you know, getting cars off the road. It's always much safer, and it is easier to get on and off, say, the gravel as opposed to mud, having gotten stuck occasionally in various places. And it does seem like a big stretch of what was green, what is green now, or green during this time of the year, to have all that paint, that spot, excuse me, the trap rock. I like your suggestion, Matt. I do. When you do get that one group of, okay, the Boy Scout troop's gonna go hike that, or the Cub Scouts. Okay, all of a sudden you've got 6 cars, and yes, we can encourage that carpooling, but do we plan for the worst or the best? I guess. So,
Okay. So either, you can go either way.
yeah.
Okay. How about you, Scott?
So my first thought is like, there's a lot of like conflicting information presented about, well, we need 4 spaces to get people there, but are people going there? Well, not really, they're not going there. So trying to reconcile that. I really like, and I was thinking along the lines, I just lost the question somewhere about what the magic is of 4 spots. And so I think Matt's idea of cutting it back to 2, I like the idea that was presented towards the end by the applicant of adding some signage. Is it gonna solve everything? No, but I don't think anything that's done or not done here is gonna necessarily change the dynamic that's happening there tremendously of people turning around. So I would go with the 2
And signage.
and the signage.
Okay. Thank you. How about you, Patrick?
I don't, you're talking about 80 feet of trap rock, and then you have those 2 triangles. The first guy is gonna park probably in the middle of those 2 spots, right?
That would be
So
me.
it's realistically, probably a 3-car as it is.
Yeah.
I don't know, there is some conflicting, like, so we have a trail that not many people use. But there are some, but we have no parking. So definitely, obviously, safety wise, if we have an open trail, we should have parking, right? Now, 80 feet of trap rock down low. I don't know if that's really visually gonna make that big of an impact, right? And I think, you know, for us to cut it down when really these guys are involved in the land trust, and that's kind of what they're recommending, right? So it's hard for me to sit here and say, well, you only need half, right? The way I look at it is you give them this, and if it attracts more and there's more parking required, well, then maybe they'll be back before us in 2 years with some grand plan to make that turnaround that we're talking about. So in terms of people, you know, I'm sympathetic to the neighbors, you know, all the turning around, but it sounds like it's not from that trail, right? That's definitely not the burglary. That's, you know, a problem we have here. I mean, I guess in every town. So I would approve as is, as presented with the signage though. I do agree with the signage. Do they follow them? Nobody follows signs, but you have to try. That's all you can do, really, you know? So I'm leaning towards approving as is.
Okay. That's fair. How about you, Mike?
Lots of thoughts in my head about it. To keep it short, I don't think we should promote people parking along Mountain Spring, even if it is fully off the road. Being driven it hundreds of times. I know.
Yep.
It's my personal opinion, and
Yeah, it's a tough street to
It's-
park
it's
on,
very- it's very-
narrow and
even if they're off the road, I just don't think it's safe.
you can park there today, right? I mean, it's not the rock, whatever,
Mhm.
but,
Yeah.
okay, wow. Are you sure we're ready to vote? All right. So, we have a motion as to approve as presented. So do we stick with the 4, with the 4 spots as presented plus signage? Are we doing 2? Or we're just gonna vote on the 4 as presented? Do a vote that way, or you want to modify it, I guess, is what I'm saying at 10:30.
I would like to personally,
Yeah.
since I made the motion, I would definitely like to modify to add signage.
Okay.
Can I just say something on that?
I don't technically know.
Unfortunately,
Yeah,
we can't.
I know.
Because it's now considered public, there'd be
Yeah.
considered public comment outside the hearing. I apologize.
No, that
Yeah,
No,
just
Once we
running into
close it.
problems with that.
yeah, once we close it,
yeah.
or do we just vote on?
So you
Well,
can,
presented.
the motion, somebody can put forth an amendment to the motion, and then so we typically don't go through these steps because there's a consensus.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
if there's not a consensus, you can put forth a motion to amend the
Mhm.
motion.
Yep.
And then get a second, and then vote on the amendment,
Mhm.
and then the original motion, if you so chose. Now, in this
So
case,
for
you go the 2 to 4 spaces,
amended doesn't
so,
pass
but
the
the
Yeah.
adding of the sign, right, so.
All right. So we want to do that?
So who's been can we ask consensus on 2 versus 4 and then go from there before voting? We want to
You can do, yep.
we can officially
Mhm.
vote on that.
So you,
I mean, I agree with Mike, we shouldn't be promoting more parking there, but I'm not willing to deny land trusts any parking or this application because of that, so. You know, I'm sort of trying to strike a balance
Yeah.
between those 2
Yeah.
things there.
And the reality is there's still a trail there, so
Right.
something is needed.
And
question
I
is how
and I
much
will
of
tell you, I'm
something-
a land trust steward and we have we have a property on the other side of Mountain Spring Road that we're stewards of. And yeah, we have to park because we can't walk there. So yeah, we've had to park off Mountain Spring. It'd be nice if it was something a little nicer than that, than finding the easiest spot. That's just my personal experience.
All right.
We do it once a year, so.
Okay. So Matt, you're two spots,
Yes.
Liz?
I'm still torn.
Okay.
Come back to me.
I'm 2 spots.
Mike,
No.
0. Yeah, consensus now?
Then you let it roll and it
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
So It's,
So we're voting on the motion that was made? Or,
well,
I would.
Well,
or do you want to do the
I would
amendment
say
and see?
two.
Do an
I would say
amendment.
two.
Fine, do the amendment, we'll vote, and then we go back to the original,
that's how,
whatever.
Okay,
That's
however you all want to do it
It's-
at this point. Yes.
We have one more item.
Yeah, let's vote on the
So-
two, if we can. vote
Yeah,
on
we
the
do have-
two spots and then check that off.
okay. So I'd like to amend my
Sign
motion
it.
It's gotta be a legal traffic authority that authorizes.
to, I'd like to amend my motion to add signage regarding parking. Is that, or how should I put that? Is that how? I
So
should-
no parking overnight is
So-
already there.
No
Right.
U-turns.
No
No
U-turns.
U-turns.
Okay,
So it's the standard, you're amending, you want the standard land trust signage there regarding the use that
use
is
and parking.
dawn to dusk.
Yep,
Parking is only for the land trust trail, no trespassing, et cetera.
Correct,
Yes,
yes.
okay, that's it.
Standard land trust. So I'd like to amend my motion to include standard land trust signage about usage and parking. And change the project from 4 slots, parking slots to 2 parking slots.
okay, and who was the second?
Second,
Okay, so let's do a vote. I guess one,
I have
No.
to second it.
Yeah,
you
Yeah,
did.
you-
were the
Oh, sorry.
original
You did have
second.
to-
Thank you.
sorry, Mike.
Sorry,
Second.
Mike seconds.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure we're doing it right.
Yeah, no, I
no.
don't even remember who seconded.
Well, and then that's fine. You just, because she changed, really it was as presented, which was 4 parking spaces. So if, I don't think you need to, you're not gonna have to vote twice. So,
Fine, okay,
because we're changing everything. That's fine,
all right.
fine.
Okay,
So wait,
So we have a motion. It's 2 parking spaces.
With signage.
Huntington Land Trust sign.
yes,
I'm assuming the TRB conditions, right?
Yep.
that were Part of the, so the Cape Cod, it was all part of the plan set anyhow. So
Yep.
you're fine.
Yep.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Yep.
As amended. You're free to vote.
okay, one by one.
You want a roll call vote?
I think we have to.
Okay, I'm just gonna go in order. Mike Gervelis,
No.
According to
Patrick
two.
Carrier,
Yes. Wait, we're voting on the whole thing.
the whole thing.
But
Oh, yeah.
add 2, yes.
Yes.
2
Yes.
parking spaces with signage.
Yep.
Scott Halsted,
Yes.
Liz Sanford,
yes,
Matt Hod Wagner,
Yes.
and Inez.
No,
MSJ. Okay, so I've got 4 yes, 2 no, the motion passes.
okay,
All righty,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
Mhm.
All right, the last public hearing item in front of us is an application from Farmington Plan and Zoning Commission. What? Excuse me.
Sorry.
It's for a text amendment to the zoning regulation regarding lot coverage. Or I should say, read the whole thing. Article 2, Section 14.c.5, lot coverage in the CR/C1 zones. Shannon, are you presenting?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
So the text amendment before us this evening is with respect to specifically impervious coverage in our commercial industrial zone. As noted in the agenda item. And what we're going to do, or what the proposal is to allow an increase, a graduated increase in impervious coverage. So I'm scrolling down to the text amendment itself. The lead into it discusses the what is the text amendment, who's putting it forth, where it can be applied, why it's needed, which we can get into if the commission chooses. The when the text amendment would be effective 16 days and how it would get implemented as with any application as a special permit and site plan review. So currently our lot coverage in our industrial zones is 40%, may be covered, I say by right or with a standard application, whether it's a site plan modification or a new special permit. And then with a 5-6 vote, we're permitted up to 50% lot coverage. And with obviously following the Article 4, Section 12 public hearing standards. We have added into that standard language that stormwater management shall comply with the MS4 general permit requirements dated January 20th, 2016, as amended for stormwater reduction and low impact design implementation to start to incorporate that into the language of the our regulations. What's new is looking at taking us greater than 50%. There are some zones in Farmington, our morph zone or midpoint zone, special innovation zone. Some of those zones up around the Yukon Health Center District go higher than 50%. Not many are standard commercial, industrial, and business and retail zones do not. So the proposal is that the total site impervious coverage may be increased by up to 50% when enhanced stormwater management features are provided. The plan shall provide 2 times the Connecticut DEP water quality volume and design retention volume for the additional impervious surfaces above 50% using the following. For any retrofit or rehabilitation of existing impervious area, they provide 1.3 inches of treatment and retention. New impervious areas provide 2.6 inches of treatment and retention. Currently, our standard is 1 inch of water quality volume and 1 inch of infiltration. DEEP has put forth a new water quality manual where that standard is going to increase to 1.3 inches for water quality volume and infiltration. So we are now saying we want double that for anything that's going to be over and above the 50%. You're going to double it to 2.6. Areas of permeable pavement or green roofs will not be counted as impervious areas for up to 5% of coverage, which is fairly standard. It's a rough number of what we've used for others. When we're floating between that 40-50%, we're trying to keep a project within 50%. We've allowed pervious pavement in order to meet that requirement, pervious patios, pervious sidewalks, things of that nature. For properties already in excess of 65% lot coverage, and I've got a map I can pull up in a second, as of the effective date of this regulation, modifications to further increase lot coverage may be considered by the commission, provided at least 3 times the water quality volume of treatment, retention, infiltration is provided for all new impervious areas, and the water quality 1.3 inches of treatment is provided for all existing impervious. All applications requesting to increase impervious coverage shall be required to increase landscaping on the property to densities above those specified in Article 4, Section 13. That is purposely left open so that not only the applicant has flexibility, but the commission does too. So it's not specific purposely. We can go through that in more detail at any point. Low impact development strategies are encouraged and should be incorporated as part of the overall stormwater management strategy. An application to increase impervious coverage over 50% or over existing coverage if already over 65 at the time of this regulation shall require a special permit and site plan review in accordance with Article 4, Section 12 of the regulations. Included as posted on the website. This is a GIS map of the town of Farmington. The green and pink areas are our existing CR zones areas in Farmington. The green is less than 40% impervious coverage. Anything that's pink, so down in this towards the lower area, is already exceeds 40% coverage. The red hatch is our aquifer zones. So you can see in the southern area, so down where Trump is and EBM Paps and our Spring Lane, our commercial corridor happens to align with our aquifer to the south. And then to the north, it's similar. We've got up by Dunning Industries and the trail, we have another aquifer. And we do have a notable amount of commercial property. And then there is property along New Britain Avenue that does not, most of it does not fall within an aquifer. The blue hatching is our wetland overlay as well. So just so that it provided kind of a visual at a glance of what we're looking at, not only for densities, but how that relates to our aquifer and wetlands. I believe I mentioned in the summary discussing kind of the who, what, when, where of this, that these are still applicants are still required to adhere to all inland wetlands and aquifer protection regulations. So this does not obviate those requirements. They're still pertinent, they're still be required. But assuming they can meet the inland wetlands and aquifer protection regulations, they would have this opportunity to expand if it made sense. So that's it. It did go to CROG. We got a letter back from CROG that basically said there's no concerns with it being in compliance with the CROG's POCD or adjoining communities. We have not received any comment from adjoining communities. I do recognize that it's late. If folks want to think about it, that's fine. There's time. We can discuss and vote tonight. We can discuss if you've got questions, want me to look at other things, I'm happy to do that, and we can finish it on the 31st. Whatever everybody wants to do. And we obviously
Conversation
go through
and-
comments, questions, and we'll take public comment if there is any. I don't know if there's any online.
You have a question?
Yeah, so there's a lot of numbers there and it's hard to follow, but so essentially, so basically you're gonna allow more impervious, but then on the back end, you're increasing the size of the pond and also different ways to.
We're correct. So the thought was that with the increase of the impervious coverage,
Mhm.
the two primary concerns that came to mind for us was the stormwater quality management and aesthetics. So from a stormwater standpoint, correct, that we're going to require over and above the minimum requirement for water quality volume. So the cleaning of the stormwater as well as the infiltrating it and trying to get it back into the groundwater.
Right.
So that will work in a lot of these areas because it does overlay with the aquifer zone. So there's a lot of sand. So the ability to get that infiltration in
All right.
will absolutely be available in not all locations, but a good chunk of them. It also, again, comes hand in hand with it has to be consistent with the aquifer regulation and our wetlands regulation.
So if you're at 40%, let's say, and it goes over, does the initial 40%, like, so when it counts everything, right? Not
Yes.
just a 5% over?
So that initial 40% would be required to meet then 1.3 inches of infiltration. So we did, because that's existing. So we say, okay, that's existing. I think it says up to 50%.
Yeah.
Yeah, retrofit areas. So that would be, that's where the 1.3 comes in. So that's for your existing, and then anything you're expanding up to between 40-50% up to 65% would be 2.6 inches.
Right. And then anything above 65.
So those are, so there's no, if it's an existing property that's say at 30%.
Yeah.
And somebody comes in and says they've got this great opportunity, but we need to go to 60%.
Mhm.
Right? They're gonna get to then that 2.6 of
Yeah.
treatment. Okay. The only ones that are gonna be over that 65% is if they're already
Right.
over
Yeah.
the 65%.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not going over, this
And then
is
they
not
wanna
gonna be a free for all, right? But there are we can go through the database. You want numbers? I got an Excel spreadsheet.
Not today.
No, but we've gone through and there are some of the No Britain Avenue properties, right? Some of those you just drive by and you know inherently that some of those are already at 70, 80, 90%. I think some of them have been calculated at 95%. So what this does too, is that if they come in for an application for retrofit and they're starting to move things around, it gives us a little bit of opportunity to start to get some additional stormwater quality improvements there as well.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a good trade-off. I mean, when, it gives you more flexibility, to develop, usable area. And then, on the flip side, it's good for the environment,
Well, we're trying to hit a compromise of hitting the environmental requirements, but still try to perhaps utilize a little better utilization of the property that is available. 'Cause it, again, further up in that summary talks about the vacant land and what percentage is residential and what percentage is commercial, and it's quite limited, as we had talked about last week a little bit during our work session. But it is, for the record, it's in here, and that just, and the discussion is part of the zone regulation change and that conversation. So there's not land available. So it's figuring out how do we better utilize it. Try to keep some of the industries in Farmington and give them at least a conversation starting point, as opposed to just a flat out no, which is kind of where we are right now, is that there isn't, unless they were going to put forth a regulation change, there's no conversation. There is no conversation. It's 50%.
And then it
You're not
gives us
getting-
leverage for those that aren't ready. Like you were saying, you drive up New Britain Ave and you're right. I mean, there's some of those that are probably at 85, 90%.
Right, right.
So that does give us leverage to try to improve the water quality, right? I mean,
Correct. Yeah. If they come in and want to start to do other things, or somebody comes in and starts assembling properties and they're looking at other things, and it gives us that opportunity to have a different conversation. Absolutely.
It is late, so I do think we should continue. I read this regulation this weekend while my phone kept reminding me about flash floods. And so I thought to myself, why are we increasing the impervious? Seriously, that was where my head was. And we know that we have a lot more of these storms. Maybe Farmington this weekend didn't get hit as much as some other areas. So I am concerned about increasing it. I would think, and remember, I'm the realtor, right? But that we would have pervious materials that we could use to solve this issue and not do impervious. And I don't know if it's a cost thing, but that was my thought. And then Shannon, the reason, in the why, the first bullet, like the whole dependence, property taxes, that is not something that we typically measure applications by. I was surprised at that language.
No, I just included it because it's direct language from the POCD. So it's a language that's in the POCD. And I think when you're looking from a regulation standpoint and understanding why we would even consider it, I think the vacant land percentage is a legitimate, and being able to utilize that land. And I just took the language that was in the POCD.
All right, so these are my comments. Does anyone want to say anything right now? Do we want to vote to continue? It sounds like the right thing to do. But
can I just ask one
yes.
thing, just because I'm not clear on it. So by increasing impervious, like you're saying, I mean, if you have impervious over a 1 acre and it's at 100% covered, if it's completely, if you have underground drainage systems, right, like galley systems under the whole thing, well, theoretically, mathematically, right, the impervious is going into the ground. So in theory, it's not increasing. So this would not be increasing runoff, correct?
So at no point should there, so again, with our stormwater designs and requirements that we have, the peak flow, right? So we're obligated to make sure that the peak flow does not increase.
Right.
Right. So that's the flow. So that's the nozzle on your hose, right? So that nozzle, we've got to make sure that whatever rate is coming out of that hose stays the same as it's leaving the site as for any property, right? So we're not allowing that rate, how many it's cubic feet per second of water to come through. What the detention basins do is hold it, and you end up with a longer, so if your bathtub drain, right? So your bathtub, you fill your bathtub up, it drains at the same rate, regardless of how much water it is, right? Because you only have a certain size hole. All right. So that flow rate does not change. But if the bathtub got bigger, right, you would have more flow, or if you fill it up higher, it takes a longer time to drain. That's what the detention basin does. The detention basin is a big bathtub, and it allows then that water to be held back so that the flow rate doesn't change leaving the property, but it's going to take a longer time for it to leave, right? So like we see the Connecticut River peaks 4 days after a heavy storm, right? Because it takes that long for all the water to get through Vermont, Massachusetts to get down there. This is the same idea, just on a smaller scale. With the requirement that as part of this, we're saying we're going to take that. We don't even want it to leave the site. We want it retained on site and to be infiltrated in. Now that's for the 2 inches, 2.6 inches. So that would equate to probably like a 10-ish year, 5 to 10 year storm would actually be held on site and infiltrate into the property on site. And then the rest, then the typical detention basin would come into play. Some of these sites, they have infiltration, so they'll hold it and it'll infiltrate. You'll actually have more infiltration than you will runoff. So, but that's what the thought process is that it is held on site. So at no point should that flow rate ever be exceeding what was happening naturally. That's the whole purpose of the detention basin.
And it's kind of the same thing and as you're saying, you, instead of using pervious, use other products, and what you mean by that is impervious, right? Well, so there's other ways. So impervious, like, let's say you do a pervious parking lot, it's possible to do that.
Yep.
But if you can't, and you cover it with tar, then you're adding some type of drainage system that does the same thing.
Right.
Okay. So, yeah.
So there
Well,
are different
sorry,
different mechanisms
Yeah.
to achieve the same
Right.
goal.
Correct.
But ultimately,
And just sometimes with the pervious pavement, like, so in the aquifer zones.
Yep.
DEP and CT Water don't want pervious pavement in the parking. So I can use it like at Trump in a patio or for sidewalk, but they don't want the pervious pavement because we're not catching. They want a mechanism if there's a spill. They want a mechanism of being able to capture that spill. They don't want it, right? Pervious parking is great and it's fun. You drop take a bottle of water and it goes right away. But it does that too with a can of oil or gasoline or antifreeze or anything else. So we don't want that in the aquifer areas. So the pervious pavement, not so much in the aquifer area, but that's why. So it's again, it was a tool to start to allow some flexibility as we're looking at this and increasing the utilization rate of the properties that are in existence, as opposed to going to other properties. And again, there isn't much for us to start to go to. So.
And what data, like the rain numbers, like how far back are we going? Like 10 years, like with this standards? Because I think that's inherently
the stormwater data that we're required to use now is referred to as the NOAA Atlas 14. No, the National Oceanic, whatever, right? That lives all the weather service bulletins, right? And does all our graphs for our river flood storage. So they're the ones that have taken this national rainfall data and tabulated it so that we have our peak flow intensities and then the peak flow rainfalls. And that's what we are designing the stormwater detention basins, catch basins, piping to now. So when I first started doing engineering work in Connecticut back in 2000, It was, the 100-year storm was approximately 6.5 inches. So for a 24-hour storm. So that's what the detention basins were designed for, 6.4, 6.5 inches for a 24-hour event. And the detention basins were designed accordingly. Using the NOAA data now, it's 8.7. That's the status of, and so that's what we are designing right now.
I
So
think
inherently then, right, the detention basins that myself and colleagues did 20 years ago are now undersized. They're compliant,
right.
but they are undersized to today's storms. There's nothing.
Yeah.
And when I was working in the 2000s, the stuff in 1980 had nothing, right? You know, so it's just, it's like, it's an evolution in tracking the science and using the best methodology that we have at the particular time.
Thank you. So I'm still there and I think we should continue.
Well, does anyone else
Yeah,
have
yeah,
any
of course. Yeah,
questions?
yeah, yeah. I was gonna.
And,
I just had a-
and
No,
I
no,
do want to
no,
just double
we're
check.
ending, we're ending. That's it.
Well, I know, I
Just
get it.
ending.
That's,
Right.
yeah.
We're good. We're good. Go ahead, Matt.
Shannon, so what major employers in town would fall into these zones? And off the top of your head, right? Because I think what we're sort of proposing is an existing employer could take their existing lot and now increase it, right? Or at least have the ability to increase it because there's no vacant land. So like, just to give us the commission a sense of who these
Sure.
companies, employers
Well,
are.
right. And so that's why, so this map that was included and it was posted online, but this is why I brought this up. So, right, it's so you can go to our zoning map and just turn on the zoning layer and see the CR and C1 zone, but it's the entirety of the Spring Lane, Hyde Road, New Britain Ave area. So all of the industry that's down in that southern area along our Plainville town line, right? Without, I mean, we can, there's a whole bunch of them down there. And then come north on New Britain Avenue, and it continues north on New Britain Avenue, along to the new, pretty much right up to the new, where the new Rails to Trails extension is, to Meadow Road, right? So that's that corridor. And then if you continue north along the Rails to Trails, okay, so there's a theme here, right? The commercial properties are along the Rails to Trails, because that's where the rail lines was.
Yeah.
So, Brickyard Road, right? So the Brickyard Road neighborhood, as the commercial property, and that's, as you can see with the red, also is completely encompassed by the aquifer protection area. I can tell you with 100% certainty, the property owners and business owners there love me. They do not like being told that, no, it doesn't comply with the aquifer protection regulations. So that, you know, and it's a challenge. It's a real challenge to try to accommodate those business needs and maintain the integrity of the aquifer. And then across the river, there's a corridor that's along New Britain Avenue. So there's, you know, some of it includes our police stations in there somewhere in our highway garage, but you know, it's some of the properties along New Britain Avenue. And then there's just a small area over here just off of River Road. There's like one or two small. So those are much smaller. But the larger area is probably the Brickyard Road, our New Britain Ave corridor that's up in Unionville and down on the southern tier.
That makes sense.
Okay.
And you touched on my second question, right? So even if we put this into the regs, there's still the aquifer protection review, inland wetlands review, and in our review, right? The commission's review through special permit. So now I guess they can just sort of, now they can't even really ask the question of the commission, or now they can sort of ask the commission. Is that how to think about it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And the way this is written, in order to go to the 65%, even if it was an existing property, it's not a site plan modification. It requires a public hearing.
Right.
So any portion of tinkering with this under that Part B, it goes to a public.
Right, it's another review. Okay, thank you.
I know, Bobby, you just joined us, so you probably need to review all of this. You have
Oh, no,
any?
This is deja vu from last week.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Bruce presented it to the Inland
Oh, okay.
Wetlands Commission just so that they were aware.
You're okay. All right.
I'm all set.
You're good, Matthew.
Yep.
Liz, you're good. I'm good. Everybody good on this side?
Makes sense. Thank you for putting it together.
Yeah. I still, the timing of it is still kind of off to me, but very dramatic, as you know.
No, that's fine. Whatever, how,
Um,
whichever. So would you want to just, I can ask for public.
Yeah, we should. Is there anyone still online?
There is, because there's a gentleman online that's waiting to hear about the planner's report topic that's up for discussion this
I
evening.
feel so bad. Go ahead. Yes, let's add.
So if there's any public comment regarding the zone regulation that's being put forth for the industrial zone lot coverage, please raise your hand and you'll be acknowledged to address the commission. If anyone's called in to offer public comment regarding the text amendment to the industrial zone regulation for lot coverage, please raise your hand. Okay, there are none.
Thank you. So we're good to continue. Or vote, or what do you guys want to do?
I don't.
You want numbers? Are we continuing? I'm too tired.
I'm okay to vote.
I'm
Good to
okay
vote.
with that too.
Good to vote.
With no changes to the language or anything?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Nope.
Okay,
Mhm.
then I guess we're voting. So there's no comments, so the public hearing portion is closed. And we need a motion and a second.
All right. I'd like to make a motion, excuse me, I'd like to make a motion to approve the application by Farmington Planning and Zoning Commission for text amendment to the zoning regulations, Article 2, Section 14C5 lot coverage in the CR-C1 zone.
And second.
Second,
All right, discussion. Mike, we start with you. Everything you heard,
I'm good.
Okay.
There's a reason, obviously that they came up with it, and I trust our town staff to
Okay,
put forth something that is beneficial and
for the tax dollars.
smart.
All right,
Not tax.
Patrick, you're good. You already.
Yeah, I agree with Mike. And, I think density and affordability, kind of all ties together. So this is part of it, right? I mean, we're trying to make it more flexible so that we can offer more density in certain areas. And I know that's on a commercial side, but, so.
Okay. Scott, comments?
I agree with what the guy said. I think there's a good balance there. I'm okay with it.
Okay, Liz?
I too appreciate the balancing act that you guys have come up with. I think it's a good solution.
Okay, and Matt?
Yeah, no, I agree with my fellow commissioners. I support this application.
Okay, and yeah, that was, I guess, let me start all over again. I don't agree, and it's just my opinion of like where the numbers come from, how old is the data, and I definitely think that just the storms we're getting are just different. They're more frequent, more everything. I don't like the reasoning, and I understand it came from POCD, so I'm just wondering what else is going to be coming our way, but it sounds like we're protected, right? Because there'll be a public hearing, and everyone has to get the information and agree. So yeah, for me, I think maybe there are other things we can look at as amendments, but if staff is getting so many requests that this is needed, I still think it's a no. So anyway, so we have a motion and a second, and let's do a vote. Probably, yeah. Do you want to do one by one again, or just?
That's fine.
It does, okay.
Mike Gergolis,
Yes.
Patrick Carrier,
Yes.
Scott Halstead,
Yes.
Liz Sanford,
Yes,
Matt Wagner,
Yes.
and Ina St. James.
No. Okay. And planners report.
Planners report, 15 Farm Springs Road. And this is something, I have been back and forth. I'm gonna talk while I'm opening, so. I've been in conversations with the new owners regarding 15 Farm Springs Road. We have talked about a few updates, right? They've got, and I'm gonna bring an aerial up because I don't think I've
Thank
got a
you.
full plan. This is the former Marriott. It's being converted to residential. All right, now what I can't do is drive and talk. God. All right.
And they've been renting them out, right? People live there.
Yeah, and I got a
Road there,
I got a
saw
Facebook
yesterday.
ad.
I can't, like, I can't do
In
this.
an open house.
Okay, whew, 15 Farm Springs Road. We made it.
All right.
So, the new owners, renovating and converting the former Marriott into residential. As part of this, there was a zone change to the Special Innovation Floating Zone District because it's permitted here along the I-84 corridor as well as up at Yukon. The property was allowed, and again, this is part of the Special Innovation Zone regulation. The property was allowed to convert to residential, providing there is public amenities with this. We talked at the time that this was approved about this, which referred to as D Wing, which had been the conference space, and I believe there's a bar and lounge area in here, restaurant space, that this was going to, some of this was going to have public access. So it wasn't going to solely be amenities for the new residents, that there would be public space, whether it was public conference space or some restaurant space, flex workspace, etc. Okay, so the new owners have been looking for a restaurateur, and it has been challenging with the just because of the size of the property, the location of the property, COVID, etc. So they've been in, and we have had a number of very good conversations. What's referred to as A, fronting Farm Spring Road, B, parallel to Colt Highway, and C Wing, they're all, I believe, all CO'd and are all open for occupancy. They are working on E Wing, which is the standalone building, and this public space has been referred to as the D Wing. The way the regulations written in the condition of approval is they can have 65% of their certificate of occupancies prior to having the public amenity space open. Once they hit 65% of the residential COs, no other COs will be issued until that public amenity space is provided, advances, etc. So with that, I've talked to brokers. They've been involved with Rose Ponte, our economic development director, excuse me. And so one of the more recent meetings that we've had with CSRE is pickleball, like use some of that conference space and do indoor pickleball courts. And so what they've put forth in this letter, which I received at 12:30 today, and this is after having conversations, so it's not like it came in at 12:30 out of the blue, but I didn't have the specifics until 12:30 today. I don't even know. I don't think I included this in the forwarding email to you folks because I opened it after the fact. But what I asked them to do, and the representative is online if there's questions, but I'm thinking at this point, we'll just present it, let you all think about it, and we'll come back on the 31st. Basically, because of the challenge with trying to get a restaurant and the conference space, and does the restaurant be responsible for the conference space, etc. They're looking at doing the pickleball court and then advance that restaurant after, kind of in phases. So they're looking at this kind of as more of a phased approach. So they're kind of trying to see, what's the commission's thought on this? My thought had been, as long as it's a public amenity space, I don't care. If it fell within any of our business use, retail use regulations, it didn't matter. It just had to be public access within reason. And So what they're proposing is trying to get an understanding as to if there's some leniency with respect to the 65%. And that's what I was very specific. I said, put it in writing, exactly what you want the commission to consider. And so that's it. In the bottom paragraph is in consideration of the above proposal. We're requesting satisfaction of our zoning requirements to be complete, to complete the commercial component to receive more than 65% of the CO of residential units. We're requesting an additional 15% of unit COs upon receiving building permit for the above plan, which again is the, I've just condensed this as the pickleball. An additional 10% of units served COs requested with upon 50% completion. And the final 10% of COs at the request once they close out everything. So they did include some plans. I did not get an opportunity to really drill into it. We've seen some partial layouts and what I need to do, and I haven't had a chance to. So this is a portion of the D wing. You can see the highlight up in the corner of the site plan. So this is the A, B, C, this is D. And so D is where what we're talking about is the public space. Some of this is pickleball courts. I think this would be future restaurant space. I'm not sure about everything else, and I'm not sure how it all lines up together. So I'd have to pull up the architectural plans and start to put this side by side. So if it's something that, and we can, again, this is getting thrown at you, so we can have additional conversations at the next meeting, but if there's some initial questions, then feel free to toss them out. This is the direction that it's going. I think the pickleball courts are certainly a need, certainly indoor pickleball courts. And the proposal that they have outlined as part of that writing, which I will get to all of you, discusses that there would be public access for these. So this would be a public space. And they're even thinking of expanding to have their pool areas a public space as part of like a club membership. So I'm going to stop talking right now.
No, it's, where are they at though?
So, Jacob, are you on? Oh, I've got to activate Jacob's
know, sorry.
microphone.
Maybe.
Jacob, I don't know if are you still there? Yep, he is. God bless you. All right, go ahead, Jacob.
Yes, I
So-
am. First of all, I want to thank you, Shannon, for taking the time and explaining, our request so eloquently at this time of the night. But any questions, I'm glad to answer them to the best of my knowledge.
What is the current occupancy?
We have about 80 units occupied and about another 20 leased. So we're pretty much 100 of the 149 units that we have certificates of occupancy for accounted for.
100 out of 149?
Correct. So that's for the A, B, and C wing.
Oh, okay, thank you.
E is not, so E is still under construction. So that's, we've run through, I think they're at, so we're allowed 65%. I think we're at 67. I took some liberties.
Okay.
Because it didn't make sense to hold back like 2 spaces in the C wing or 2 or 3 units. We're good.
Yep.
So
it's an awesome use of space. I think it would be very popular. Obviously the hours would be interesting for the public, and then do we have enough parking, or will there be designated parking? Those
well,
are
the parking would be fine because it's a huge lot and it had been allocated for conference space, right? So all of this parking has been available for conference and banquets and weddings and conferences and whatever. And so now instead of doing that, it's going to be pickleball and you'll have the turnover, but even then, I don't know.
Will there
4
be
people on 4 courts, that's 16 people times, even if you stayed after and came early, that's 48 people. But we got plenty of.
Tournaments.
Yeah.
Did you hear this?
I didn't hear. it.
Professional pickleball tournaments.
Can I just add, just like bigger, like, what's the thought process behind capping it at 65%? and waiting for the public space to open up, like,
To
how did
make
that?
sure that we get it,
Finish it.
to make sure that we get it so that we,
So
because
they're
the whole.
motivated to fill the public space before
Correct,
filling everything
because the
else.
whole point of the special, right, the special innovation floating
Yeah.
zone is that we're getting something a little, we're allowing something that's for
Right.
Farmington kind of outside of the box.
Sure.
We want to make sure we get everything that was promised at the time they come through at TPZ.
Yeah.
And we don't end up with just an apartment complex and then this attachment at the side that's not doing anything.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
So.
Okay.
Horizons.
Yeah. No, and it's the thought of kind of a live, work, play,
Sure.
right? So we got the work, the Farmington, the Farm Springs corridor. Have a heavy on the work, right?
Sure.
We got no shortage of that office space. So we really don't need more office space there. So
Sure.
the, yeah, the,
No, I think it's great.
okay.
Well, pickleball's in big demand. I know the town rec department has quite a avid program.
Okay,
No, it looks good.
okay. So,
You'll still send us things.
well, I will send everything to you so we can look at numbers. I want to look at numbers and areas. But, yeah, we can finish this, next,
Okay.
in 2 weeks' time.
Tracy,
1 second.
it's like,
Okay,
Might be good 2 hours ago.
all right.
Yeah,
I
all right,
think,
thank
Out the door.
anybody have any other questions for Jacob? We're good?
no, we're good.
Good. All
Thank
right,
you for
Jacob,
staying
thank
on.
you for calling
Okay,
in.
thank you.
Thank you.
We'll follow up.
Yep.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank
too.
you.
All right. We're good. We're gonna have a
Done. I
session
got
on
nothing
Wednesday.
else. Work session.
Yeah.
I'll see everybody Wednesday night.
All right, so we need to approve the minutes from June 26th. And we need to approve the minutes from July 10th working session. If we can have a motion and second, please. And then we can adjourn.
Okay.
I'll do it here.
Go for it.
Oh,
You guys are great. You guys did a great job.
Really
Did a great job.
Big.
I'll do the June 26th. So I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the June 26th, 2023 Town Plan and Zoning Commission meeting.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. And then the working session from July 10th.
I will make a motion to approve the July 10th working session meeting minutes of the Town Plan and Zoning Commission.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, meeting adjourned. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.